when I was younger, didn't know what I had I missed. I'm feeling every single way. I'm feeling ain't no other way. I won't let you go. I mean it, believe it. Oh, I won't let you go. Believe it, I mean it. Oh, I won't let you go. I mean it, believe it. Oh, I'm feeling I'm feeling I'm feeling I won't let you go. Ain't no other way. I'm feeling I won't let you go. Every single way. I'm feeling I won't let you go. Ain't no other way. I'm feeling I won't let you go. Every single way. We were born into a world on fire. But I know that we were meant to be.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Welcome to this One in Tech SheLeadsTech event. You are with the ISACA South Africa Chapter this morning, and my name is Arlene-Lynn Volmink. And for those of you who don't know me, I'm the president of the ISACA South Africa Chapter. So this morning we're going to get started. It's a good morning to have a good morning. And our theme for this event is beautifully rooted peace and resilience in times of uncertainty. Now, most of us are, technology professionals, and we are, quite busy at work, and maybe we don't take time to sit and just reflect and think. And so this morning, with this special event, we are going to do something different. But before I get there, I just want to say thank you very much to Mobius Consulting, who have partnered with the chapter to host this event this morning. Mobius always supports us, and we really appreciate the support and the partnership. So back to peace and resilience. We are going to calm down, we are going to breathe, and Johann Kotze from Johann Kotze Music Yoga Studio. Maybe Andy can pop his details in the chat. He will be taking us through a mindfulness session. Many of us don't know what mindfulness is. So Johann, you are going to have to help us and guide us and talk to us here. This is a cameras on event, so you are more than welcome to wear something orange, put your camera on, or you can choose one of our virtual backgrounds, or you can just, come as you are. So enjoy the event, enjoy Johann, and welcome Johann, and thanks so much for your contribution and your support of the chapter. And yeah, we're ready to go. Thank you.
Hey, hello everyone. Can you hear me? All good? Yeah. So, mindfulness and mindfulness awareness, I will explain a little bit of it, but the most important part of being mindful is to actually be able to practice it. So, we'll go straight to actually practicing mindful awareness, and I'll also explain it a little bit. So the two main words in mindful awareness really says what it is. It's awareness. In other words, we're not unconscious. We can hear, we can see, and specifically in terms of yoga type of practice, mindfulness is generally thought of as the phrase of watching the breath, instead of watching thoughts or getting caught up. In fact, in many ways, as everyone experiencing from day to day, the opposite of peace, we often obliterated literally by our inbox. It's a cliche. We're often obliterated by the amount of stimulus that we get, and our emotions, feelings, and thoughts around these things. So mindfulness is really a form of meditation. It's also a way of saying it's not meditation at the church or specifically in yoga, that kind of meditation, but it's specifically simple awareness of breath. So to experience that, it's as simple as watching the breath. And it's often the easiest way to do it, and is to simply close the eyes, and I will do it as well and demonstrate to you. Of course you can watch me, but you can also just listen, as to inhale and exhale with your eyes closed. And when you take a deep breath in and out through the nose and out through the mouth with a sigh sound, then that sound of the sigh, and I can do it with you. Let's take a large inhale. And then as you exhale with a big sigh breath, you will feel that there's a sense of something leaving from the inside to outwards, obviously. And as you inhale through the nose, especially, this is important, and breathing out through the nose again, we experience a sense of inner peace, which is of course relative. So depending on the amount of noise and the amount of thoughts and busyness that we have. Just to explain a little bit as well about how we can do this session, is I'd like you to be able to ask any questions after a couple of minutes. So not straight away, but you'd be welcome to type some questions if you have any questions or think about a question so long. So the first, if we think of it as a definition of mindfulness, we would say, how do we practice it? And we would want to know what's the purpose of this. So the purpose of this mindfulness is for us to be able to experience inner peace. So inner peace, also the key is there in the word. So if we are in inner turmoil and we're putting on a smiley face, because that's what we have to do and that's what we do, then there's a disconnect, or there's a jar, there's a clash of how we are. When we are actually happy, we're feeling great about whatever it is that we're feeling positive or happy about, then we're coming from that place. Okay, so mindfulness and mindful awareness is about coming from a place of well-being, and specifically generating inner peace from that place, so that we can conduct ourselves mindfully, because we're aware of this aspect of our body and mind and breath. So how it works is, as I've showed you in the beginning, it's about experiencing this. So it's great to have a mind, more like an intellectual concept of what happens when we are being mindful, or how can we feel peaceful and so on. So it's easy enough to define peacefulness as the absence of conflict. In reality, as in what we experience at home or in the traffic when we drive to work, or sometimes if we're on a Zoom meeting and the technicalities isn't working out, is that there's often a lot of conflict happening, things not working, people having disagreements and so on and so on. So the purpose of mindfulness is to isolate in when we have free time, like when we wake up in the morning or when we go to bed at night, to experience the breath a few times. So mindfulness awareness or mindful awareness we carry through into the day as we go along because we learn the technique. But the important part is to understand that by simply closing our eyes and taking a large in and exhale, we can change ourselves away from the volatile, what I called earlier, hecticness of what goes on around us. So that helps us to create an inner peace. So when we experience this understanding of mindful awareness on a daily basis, every morning, as a habit, or whenever we, for instance, even brush our teeth, instead of doing 10 other things, you watching the breath, then that starts to develop in us the ability to have a resilient inner culture that provides us this anchor of inner peace. So we need to literally look away from the busy mind and the volatile emotions that we sometimes find, or the volatility around us, and focus on our breath. So if you wanted to look at me and you're looking at me, and if I'm inhaling, I'm drawing the breath into my body, and that breath is in the body, it's in my lungs, and when I exhale it out through the nose, then the breath goes into the body, exhale. When you close your eyes, if you wanted to practice with me and then try that again, when you draw your attention with the breath into your body and watch the breath leave the body, it's out through the nose, then you will experience when you open your eyes that you've gone inside yourself and you're at a calmer place. So that you could think of as that equivalent of something similar to when somebody says, don't lose your temper, breathe. Or why don't you just count to 10 before you lose your temper? Sometimes just counting to 1 or 2 or 3 can already help you. So what mindful awareness does is it actually calms our nervous system. So when we're feeling rattled or frantic and we take a slower breath, then that calms our nervous system. So we fully understand and know already that when we calm, we are not hectic, and we're generally more placid. We also think of it as grounded or centered or anchored in ourselves. So when we come from that place, we have resilience. And when we think of resilience as well as being flexible, that is being able to stand back for a moment so that we don't suddenly react. So mindful awareness is really about being not so reactive. So when there's a lot of activity and we become calm, we're less reactive. Then very much mindful awareness, and I'm using these words the whole time, it's being mindful, aware of the fact that we so often say something too quickly. So it's not about not having an opinion, but it's about not always expressing your opinion and making space for everyone else. So a lot of this has to do with space in your head, space in your body. So we focus on the breath, and we're a little bit more objective. We're standing away a little bit from ourselves and a situation. So when someone else loses their temper and you watch it, you can see it's a spectacle. When you're losing your temper, it's a spectacle for others to watch. So you simply just stand back for a moment, take a breath, go, oh, now I'm coming from a different place. I hope that starts to make sense. I'll give you a chance just now to ask questions, and then we can do it as a practice. So just to make sure that you understand that when I mean meditation, a lot of people are starting to become aware of the idea that we can't just always be busy, but we must also be restful. We must take time out to spend time with ourselves. So that time, you don't have to sit cross-legs. I'm sitting cross-legs on the floor, by the way, because I'm in my yoga studio, so I'm not on a chair. But the traditional picture of meditation is essentially not being at work and not being on the sports field or at the gym or the club or wherever that we go, or the restaurant or the coffee shop. It's really about being able to draw our attention to ourselves in our breath. However, I do want to make sure that we understand that for mindfulness to work, we have to apply it at the workplace. So we learn to use the breath, we instate that ability to watch ourselves by doing some separate practice, so that, for instance, when you sit down at the coffee shop, you don't immediately start looking around, where's my waiter, and like, what time is it? You know, you look at your clock, you go, I got 5 minutes, I'm going to sit down, calm down, literally calm down, breathe in, breathe out. Hello waiter, you call somebody, but you come from that place. It's a mindset, it's a way of being, and it's not that hard. However, as we know, in the heat of the moment, it's pretty difficult. And then when that does happen, you just go, it just happened. I threw my toys out of the cot. So what? I'm sorry. Sorry, guys, I'm sorry. Can we just try again? Like that. We put it into practice. We teach ourselves, when we wake up in the morning, whoa, that feels great. Well, what if I go a bit deeper? Okay, so we're talking about yoga, stretching, but we're also just talking about what people do. The dog does that in the morning, or the cat does that, and your kids do it, your wife does it, your husband does it. We wake up, we should be waking up and stretching. That kind of awareness, okay? So we have to learn the technique, apply it, because we've practiced it. It's really that simple. It's not a complicated process. There isn't that much more to it in terms of just being able to grasp it, experience it, and then become aware of it. So it's really as simple as that. Soon as we become aware of the principle, we can use it. And the more we use it, the stronger it will get. It becomes that thing of, it's a mental, it's a body, mind, muscle. Time flies. Shall we have some questions? Anybody, if you want to ask, type a question, or I don't know if you all audio on audio to be able to ask. Either way, I can see my chat here, and then if you wanted to ask any questions. Questions, comments? No? Okay, so
Sorry, Johann.
yeah. Oh, here we
It's
go.
Hub.
Raise the hand. What do I do? Type on that. How do I see the...
No, I can just speak if it's
Oh, you can
okay.
just speak. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Oh, like the
Okay.
Google room. Okay, cool.
Okay. So I just wanted to find out how does one switch off those, I always call it the, those crossroads in New York, where you just
Yeah.
see taxis going around. You just have, or especially, as professionals, you always have stuff on your mind,
Yes.
especially at the end of the day. How do you just switch off those things, especially when you're trying to, to do the breathing and just,
That's a really
push
good
away
question.
all those
Yeah.
those distractions?
Yeah. That's a really good question. So what we need to understand is that, I've been teaching yoga for about 30 years, and the question I get most of the time is people say, I can't meditate because I can't stop thinking. Then, so the answer that I would then give is to say, well, you can't stop thinking, and you can't stop feeling, and you're not going to switch off the world, in other words. And you're also not a machine. So, you can just, I can put my computer and I switch it off and then it's gone. It doesn't exist. But we're not like that. So in awareness or in meditation, we totally, completely acknowledge that we're full of thoughts, full of emotions, full of feelings. Most of them, fortunately, we're not aware of. They're like somewhere in our subconscious. What we need to understand is that we can take a choice. It's a decision. It's like a reflex. We can just evolve it or develop it so that we can stand back just for a moment and go, whoa, there's 100 things. There are 100 things going on right now. So I'm just going to focus for a moment on my breath and calm myself down. It's a nervous system. We have a nervous system, and the nervous system instantly reacts. So if you throw something at me, I'm going to go like that. And if you throw a thought at me, I can choose how I want to react by simply going, I'll get back to you. So it's a coaching technique as well. You know, when there's a meeting and somebody says, so what is the decision? Then I'll say, okay, let's discuss that quickly, or why don't we write a few notes and we get back at these points after giving it a few thoughts. It's a way of creating a distance. So for instance, as an example, what I usually do, I don't think, I mean, we all use internet banking, for instance, but we still end up sometimes having to go into the office or the banking. So what I would usually do is I'd immediately object in my mind going, I don't really want to go stand in the queue at the bank or go to the shopping center or something like that. It's too busy. As soon as that idea comes up, I'm like, I make my own weather. It's a beautiful old English expression. I make my own weather. I decide how I want to be. And then I decide to be calm and smile. Not because I'm like being fake or something, but because I'm okay. I'm just going to walk into the bank and expect the unexpected or expect nothing. And then that puts us in a place where we can walk into a meeting or uncomfortable situation by just being more open to whatever is going to happen. Because we're not really determining the environment the whole time by forcing ourselves on it. So it's a very different mindset that we can, to our usual mindset, that we can incorporate into everything that we do. So it's also not an either or thing. I'm always meditating, I'm always calm, I'm always resilient. We're not always resilient, we're not always calm. But we're aware of the fact that we can be upset, but we can be calm, and we can move between these places. Does that help a little bit? So understand that we're not always calm. And we're not just going to stop thinking, but we can become aware of this overload of thoughts, and that there's a little, it's called mind the gap. You know, everybody knows when you go to UK and you get in those subways, there's like a little computer voice woman that says the whole time, mind the gap. So we just have to mind the gap. Okay. So it's an inner voice that starts to say, take a breath, just stand back. Right? So it's a very simple technique. Any more questions? This really works if you ask any questions. So there's no wrong question or right answer for that matter. So questions are really useful for me and for other participants as well.
Johann, could you maybe show us one or two breathing techniques? Because, you know, say you mentioned now if we're stuck in a meeting and we just need to, you know, focus.
Okay, so that's a really useful practical request as well. So the most important aspect of the breath is that it does its own thing. We must actually just remember to breathe. So from my perspective, the key to mindfulness or mindful awareness is the breath. So it's literally just remembering to breathe. So that's also why I use those examples of we make our own weather, literally. We create our environment by deciding how we breathe. So when you are listening to me, so you're sitting in your body and you breathe with your body. So if you're just sitting there like tense, then it's very difficult to be calm, literally, because you're tense. With some difficulty perhaps, especially when we're feeling emotional or stressed, the first sign, in fact, of seeing that a person is emotional or intellectually stressed or under duress is that they're not actually breathing. So that's why in the movies usually the hero slaps somebody and the person goes you know, and also when people nearly die from an accident and the bus is falling out of the sky or something, then everyone goes like they gasp for breath. That's what we do. But instead of gasping for breath, we can decide to take a breath. So we inhale and you're breathing out, exhale. So if I'm doing it like this, I'm sitting in the meeting, I'm in the meeting. Even if I'm presenting it, I can go look at everyone in the boardroom. Right, where do we begin? Let's begin. Okay, let's begin with the breath. You know, for some strange reason, our culture isn't breath oriented, and we are actually breathers. We actually live by breathing. We think we live by coffee and breath in our cars and stuff like that, or computers. We actually live because we breathe. We have to realize that. And it's something that's a private space. It happens in the background. But because it happens in the background, we don't pay it attention. We're paying attention to everything out there instead of this breath and exhale. It changes everything, but we still carry on the way we would have. At the same time, it's actually different. So it's actually reinventing your own body and mind by using that breath. So that's a really good question, and a really simple thing to understand as well. So in yoga or in holistic health practices, we also find it in sports to some degree. Everything is driven by breath. So we take a larger breath, and the body is full of life force, oxygen, energy, and we're breathing out through the nose. And we become calm. So yes, it does take a bit of practice to get it right, but the fantastic thing about it is I practice it when I drive to the city. I live outside of the city. When I got to drive to the city, I just start breathing a few times, and then that's my practice time, because then I don't have to waste my time somewhere else. I can incorporate that into my drive. Even now as I speak here, that was my practice already for the morning, because those 2-3 breaths, they make a big difference. Okay. So remember as well, people also mistake the idea that when we're more calm or peaceful that we're going to be a pushover. It's not like that at all. If I take a large breath, I'm strong. And if I want to express my feeling to you from that strong place, I stand very powerfully, because breath is energy. Okay. So it's not a weak place at all. It's a powerful place. It's not feeble. It's a strong place. Okay. So it enables us to grow in strength and calm down easily. And you can flip from the one to the other the whole time, but you're not flip-flopping in a kind of a nowhere place. And that's the resilience, actually. Because you can step into your power, and you can stand back, and then you can calm down. But it's not volatile. It's more a flowing place. Okay. I see we only got about 5-6 minutes left, so if there are any more questions, you're welcome. I have a link that I shared with you, Andre, in the PDF. Would you be able to share that out, or should I copy paste the link quickly?
I did share it in the chat.
Okay, cool. So in that PDF, there is a link to one of the practices. I don't do a lot of it because I'm busy with a lot of other things, but I do on occasion some corporate workshops precisely for people like yourself, where I teach these breath practices, and they really are very, very simple. So if you'll find it in the PDF at the bottom of the resources. So it's really worth. I use it for my yoga teacher training as well, because from my point of view, and I think from a convincing point of view that I've just presented, hopefully, I really believe that and know that we need to learn to become more efficient breathers. Okay. It's a kind of a nutrition, apart from the mindset. Any more questions? Had really great questions so far. We hardly need another question, but if you have any comments or questions, you're welcome. Okay, also welcome to contact me privately as well with any message or question as well. Okay.
Johann, thank you so much. I think that really sets us off for the day on a peaceful note. So thank you so much. It was much needed. And I think we might ask you to come back and do one or two more, exercises with us. So I don't think this is going to be the last.
You're totally welcome, and I'd love to return at any time. I really love this work. I have a passion for it because it is so useful. I see how it works, and it is so simple. And what's absolutely fantastic and actually beautiful about it is that we can share it with ourselves so easily. And when I say that share, I also mean to say that the moment that we come from that place, we generate a sense of calm. And I mean, no one can doubt this. In this there's no other way to describe it as a crazy time that we're in. We actually have to have this resilience and calm. And I hope there are many of the attendees listening already, because when we listen to the rest of the day or the proceedings, whether you drop in and out of the workshop and the presentation, and so it's so easy to develop the habit to breathe in and then just listen. And then after a few minutes, you do it again. It's that simple, it's that easy. Thank you very much for listening, and yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Johann. And
Okay.
welcome, everyone. We have
Thank you.
146 attendees, Johann, who are eagerly listening to you, and I see some nice comments in the chat as well. So thank you so much, and we wish you a peaceful day with the rest of your workshops and sessions.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think now we are going to go back to Anri. She's going to play some music for us as we get started. Welcome everyone to our beautifully rooted event. So let's go to studio. In the meantime, you can maybe take 1 or 2 minutes to grab a cup of coffee, get seated, wear something orange. We actually thought that there was something wrong with your settings, that you weren't able to share your camera. So just for those of you who joined a bit late, this is a cameras on event. And so you are welcome to show your camera. Your settings should be correct. If it's not, please message in the chat and we'll help you. So wear something orange and get into the spirit of it all. And yeah, Andre, over to you.
I couldn't give you a warning, but I felt it all over me. I hope you come where I'm going, babe, my hands are free. Falling so hard, swimming through stars, and maybe that's alright. I'm feeling every single way. I'm feeling ain't no other way. There was a time I remember breathing air like this, but that was when I was younger. Didn't know what I had, I missed. I'm feeling every single way. I'm feeling ain't no other way. We were born into a world on fire.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Beautifully Rooted event. For those of you who missed the mindfulness session, we learned some breathing techniques and how important it is to breathe. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, and I hope you feel welcome. Today's event is Beautifully Rooted, Peace and Resilience in the Time of Uncertainty. It's ironic that we actually started with a mindfulness session because I have not been feeling well myself. But you know, this is how it goes. We always choose a theme that's fitting, and I'm sure that's the case for many of us as we go through COVID-19, the third wave. You know, we all need a little bit of peace and resilience and encouragement. So I hope this event is going to be worth your while today. I know it's a diverse agenda and that it's going to be really enjoyable. I'd just like to take a moment to thank Andri Feldman, our marketing and events coordinator, as well as the office team, the board of directors, all our speakers today, as well as our MC. We actually have a joint MC today. So we have Gabo Ralebepa, who is our Johannesburg Regional Director. And then we have Unati Mkube from Mobius Consulting. So this event is hosted in partnership with Mobius Consulting. And also it acknowledges One in Tech. One in Tech has 3 programs, for those of you who are not aware. This is an ISACA Foundation, which was launched in 2020. So under the One in Tech umbrella, we have SheLeadsTech, which promotes the underrepresentation of women in technology. Then we have We Lead Tech, and then we have Young Leaders in Tech. And all it's saying is that we want to make technology accessible for everyone. So thank you again for joining us today. We miss seeing your faces at in-person events. And so that's why this event is hosted in a slightly different way. We are allowing you to switch your cameras on, so you will see that you are able to turn your camera on. And we encourage you to do so. We really want to see your face. We miss you. You are welcome to use our virtual backgrounds. You'll see my background, Andri's background. So you're more than welcome to use that. If you don't want a virtual background, wear something orange or wear your use your company's virtual background. It's all up to you. I then just want to introduce Unati. So Unati is a senior consultant at Mobius Consulting South Africa. She serves clients in the privacy service line. She has over 4 years working experience in the information risk management domain. Her primary areas of experience include information security and privacy. And her application of her knowledge and her experience has helped clients to mitigate and manage privacy and security related risks through the development and implementation of practical artifacts and processes. And over the duration of her 4-year working experience, she has serviced multiple clients across many industries. I think I'll leave it there. And so Unati, over to you. You're welcome to unmute and show your camera. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aline, and thank you again to everyone for attending the event. I know we had initially planned for a different date, and obviously we've had to postpone the event. So thank you again for sticking through and just for still making the time for this event. I think so far already already learned so much already in terms of, how we can remain resilient and peaceful in this uncertain times that I'm sure all of us have experienced. So I'll quickly just take you through some of our housekeeping rules, just to make sure that we keep the event fun while we obviously stick to professionalism and really just make sure that everyone is aligned. So quickly reading through some of our housekeeping rules, obviously we've noted that this is one of our first ever cameras on event as ISACA. So please feel free to turn on your cameras, make sure that you're wearing something orange, just to make sure you get into the spirit of the event. And then obviously, please, if you can kindly switch off your microphone or mute, unless you do have a question and you are addressing a certain question with a certain speaker. However, all the questions that you have, please direct them through the chat. We will be keeping track of the chat and just making sure that we answer your questions accordingly. And then again, if you have questions, please make sure that you keep them up until the end of the presentation so that the speaker can be able to address them accordingly. It is a session being recorded. It will be available on YouTube for viewing afterwards. So you have the luxury to go back and watch again. And then if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand or send a direct message to the team using our social media handles. You can find us on ISACA, on LinkedIn, as well as Twitter and Facebook. However, if you need more information, you can check the chats. There will be more guidance provided on the chat in terms of how you can contact us. And then regarding your CPEs, obviously those are not automatically loaded. You would have to make sure that you keep, that's your responsibility, and that you make sure that you do log your relevant CPEs on your relevant ISACA profile. And then any CPE related emails will be available within 3 to 5 working days from today. Okay. And then just moving on to, again, a few announcements that we will just talk to. Or before that, I think let's quickly go through the agenda. It is quite small. I think everyone does have access to the agenda. We have already had our mindfulness session. We're looking forward to the rest of the sessions that are coming up. I don't know about you. I have my coffee here to just keep me entertained and looking forward to what's ahead. Obviously having a few breaks in between. So I will be letting you know before we have a break. I will just let you know that we have a break until what time. But that's a very high level overview of our agenda for today. Okay. All right, and then obviously we do have a few notices that we just want you to be aware of regarding our general announcements. On the slide, we're just saying that obviously nominations for the ISACA South Africa Chapter Awards are still open. So if you'd like to nominate someone, please make sure that you do so. It is, as all the details are provided on the screen. So yeah, go ahead and scan and nominate if you have someone that you'd like to nominate. Okay. And then again, just another announcement is that the ISACA SA Hybrid Conference will be taking place at the Emperor's Palace from the 22nd to the 23rd August 2020, or from the comfort of your own home. So yeah, the title will be Continuity, Agility, and Resilience in the New Normal. Okay, so details are provided on the screen. If you'd like to register for this exciting event, please feel free to go ahead and scan the code on your screen right now. Okay. And then, yeah, again, here's another wonderful event that you'd like to be part of. Feel free to, go ahead and contact us regarding this event and how to become a speaker or a sponsor. So, yeah. Yeah. And then the last, almost our last update or announcement, the COVID 2019 implementation workshop is still open. So if you'd like to go ahead and attend the training, please feel free to go ahead. The details are provided on the screen for you to get all the relevant information. Yeah, and then finally, just a kind reminder to please apply for your professional designations before the 31st of December. All the details again provided on the screen for you to go and read and then follow up. Okay. All right, I think that's it when it comes to announcements and just, overall housekeeping rules. I really do hope that you will enjoy the sessions, the event, the webinar, and that if you have any questions, you'll obviously pop them in the chat, and that you will engage the speakers, ask the relevant questions, and really just be engaged and really have a wonderful time. And now I will be moving on to introducing our next speaker, who is Dr. Salim Parker. Dr. Salim Parker is a general practitioner in Elsa's River, who saw up to 200 new daily cases of COVID at the time of its peak. He is an executive member and an immediate past president of the South African Society of Travel Medicine. Dr. Salim serves as a liaison committee of the International Society of Travel Medicine in Cape Town, and is a co-director of the Geo-Sentinel, in which it documents cross-border disease. His honorary research associate in the Division of Infectious Disease and HIV Medicine at the University of Cape Town, as well as an author of the CDC chapter in Hajj Travel in the Yellow Book of Travel Information. He will be presenting on COVID-19, building planes while flying. Please help me to welcome Dr. Salim on our next section. Thank you so much. Welcome, Dr. Salim.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you firstly for the invitation. I find it quite daunting to be speaking to such a diverse membership of an organization, but thank you once again. And I shall start sharing my screen, which is here from the beginning. Yeah, is it all visible now?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I've titled my talk as Building Planes Whilst Flying. And the reason for that is we're really in uncharted territory. And I think it'll be pretty evident as I speak as to what I'm referring to. But just firstly, a couple of disclosures. I sit on a few advisory boards for vaccines. But these are professional boards, and they are not paid for by the companies. So I don't have any vested interest as far as the companies who manufacture vaccines are concerned. And unfortunately, we do not get any Bill Gates funding that everyone talks about as far as COVID is concerned. I'd love to hear where that money comes from, but so far in South Africa, we're not really seeing those billions that are floating around, according to quite a few people. And if you think that I'm going to be keeping a gun next to your head and say, get vaccinated, come with me if you want to live. No, what we're trying to do is, in the words of Donald Rumsfeld, who famously said a couple of years ago, we're going to use evidence-based medicine. We're going to try and show what the evidence is, the scientific ones, the medical ones. So we'll concentrate on what we know, what we don't know. I don't have a clue what the other two are. I mean, the unknown known and the unknown unknown. If anyone can ever tell me what that means, I'd love to know. But he's famous for these quotes that he let out a few years ago. Just a disclaimer as far as COVID is concerned, because as I've mentioned already, we are really building planes as we're flying. So whatever I say today might be changed by tomorrow, might be proven by tomorrow, or might even be disproven. So that is just the background as far as COVID is concerned. Now, we know that currently, we scientists know quite a lot, but I have to ask the question about how many pandemics did science predict so far? And remember, we have quite a few modern techniques. We've got for viruses like COVID, we've got what we call genomic sequencing. We can identify the exact nuclear and DNA or RNA base of a virus within a few weeks. And in the case of COVID, within a month, it was identified. We can do rapid diagnostics. We have all these new facilities like structural biology. So if I have to ask the question, how many pandemics has science predicted accurately? And we're leaving Nostradamus out of this question here now. The answer to that is exactly zero. We have not been able to accurately predict any pandemic. So COVID, yes, we knew something is going to come around. We thought it was going to be influenza. We thought it was going to be Ebola, and suddenly it turned out to be sometimes a virus that doesn't really affect adults as much as it used to affect children, but suddenly it caused a massive pandemic within a year. But we also have to remember, viruses do not fly. It's actually us humans that gave them wings. And the best example of that is the 2009 swine flu pandemic that we all know started in Mexico. Now, this map shows the air routes out of Mexico City, and you can clearly see that most of the flights go to North America, it goes to Europe, goes to South America, and the Japanese love visiting Mexico. So you can see that there's a lot of airlines flying from Mexico to these countries and continents that I've just mentioned now. So if we look at how swine flu spread in 2009, it started off in about March of 2009. And if we follow the spread of it and where it was reported, you can see that the first major countries that found the pandemic of swine flu was in North America, South America, Europe, exactly as the airlines were flying, exactly as people were actually traveling from Mexico to the rest of the world. And you can see Japan, Australia, as I've mentioned, those countries love visiting Mexico. So those were the countries and continents that swine flu spread to. Now, if we had to impose travel restrictions, we're now saying that only 40% of people who are in Mexico can leave Mexico to the other countries. So if we had to decrease air travel from Mexico by 40%, by what rate would we have slowed the spread of swine flu? And the answer to that is only 2 days. But now we're going to become more like Trump. We're going to build a wall between Mexico and the United States that's 12 kilometers high. So now we will decrease air travel from Mexico by 90%. By what rate would we have slowed the spread of swine flu if we had to do that? And that answer is only 2 weeks. The reason for that is that people will travel. And when people travel, they take viruses with them. Now, when we talk about COVID-19, and this started right at the beginning, every life, as we all like to say, is priceless. And there were the two extremes, which the accountants and the economists used to talk about. The one was that, what's the use of being alive when there's no food? For example, the economy was really slowed down. There was no income for a lot of families. So what's the use of having all these restrictions when the economy is slowing down and people are starving? Then there was the other extreme. What's the use of having a strong economy when COVID-19 was killing so many? But those type of questions we leave to the economist and the sociologist. What we as medical doctors and the medical profession was sitting was the COVID-19 pandemic was killing people. It was killing them quickly, and it was consuming medical infrastructures. And I just want to give two examples. The one was when I had a family of 3, all coming in with COVID symptoms, and they've been my patients for about 20 years. One of them was a 14-year-old boy with clear COVID symptoms. He couldn't smell, he had a high fever, he had headaches. And what I didn't notice was the telltale marks of slashing on his wrist, which would have picked up at any other time in my life. But I was so concerned about COVID and which school he goes to, how many children he was in contact with, that I actually initially missed that diagnosis. I only picked it up afterwards. Other issue that we also have to consider is the consumption of medical infrastructure, like I've mentioned. For example, last week there were 3 overdoses in children at Tygerberg Hospital. They had to search for beds because all the beds were occupied by COVID patients. Now, out of those 3 teenagers that took a overdose of medications, 2 of them passed away. They did find ICU beds for them, but this was after a struggle. So 2 of those 3 kids actually passed away because there's a lack of infrastructure at the moment and the consumption of infrastructure. But just to go along the theme, we are living in a time of certainty. Unfortunately, the certainty is a time of death and destruction and disaster as far as COVID-19 is concerned. On the left, you can see coffins in Italy in January, and on the right, bodies that floated up in a river in India during the peak of the pandemic. People are dying at the moment. just yesterday, up to 210 million cases of COVID-19 has been confirmed, and more than 4.4 million people have died over the last 18-20 months due to COVID-19. It is a reality as far as death is concerned. And just to put it in numbers, at the peak, on a daily basis, close to 800,000 people were being infected, and these are confirmed cases worldwide. This was in May of this year. And as far as deaths are concerned, about 17,000 people were dying during February of this year on a daily basis worldwide. Confirmed cases. These are not cases where there's speculation about what the cause of death might have been. No, but what does it mean? I mean, I can put figures out. Let's look at how many people die every year. These are 2018 figures, sorry. And on a daily basis, worldwide in 2018, about 150,000 people died. And of that, about 17,000 people died due to respiratory infections. And we know that COVID-19 is a respiratory infection. So at the peak of COVID, on a daily basis, about 10% of people were dying because of COVID. 1 out of 10 deaths at the peak of COVID was due to COVID itself. And to put it in a countrywide perspective, in India at the moment, we know that about 25,000 people die on a daily basis. So at the peak in May of this year, about 5,000 people were dying daily because of COVID-19. That is 25% of the deaths in India was due to COVID. Now, even if we add 5,000 to this 25,000 and get a total of 30,000 deaths on a daily basis, 5,000 out of 25 is about 17% a day of people dying due to COVID-19 in India. That is a staggeringly high figure. This is even more accentuated in the United States, where about 7,500 people die daily. And during the peak of COVID, about 4,500 people died on a daily basis. Nearly half of the people dying in the United States during January of this year were passing away because of COVID-19. And even if you add that 4,500 to the 7,500 to have a total daily deaths of about 12,000, a third of people were dying in the United States daily because of COVID. COVID is real, it's killing, and it's not going to go away quickly. If we look at South African mortality figures on a weekly basis, and these are the figures on a weekly basis for the last few years, averaged out. So we expect this number on a daily basis, with a high going about 5% to 10% higher than the average, and a low slightly below that. So these are the figures that we normally would expect on a yearly basis. But let's see what's happened during the last year. First wave, an enormous increase in the number of deaths. Second wave, another increase. And we're currently seeing the same pattern in the third wave. And this excess deaths that we talk about is mirrored by the increase in number of COVID deaths. So here we're seeing number of deaths during COVID mirrored by excess deaths. So these people who we don't have a diagnosis for most likely died because of COVID. They could have also passed away because of the effect of COVID. A person with a heart attack, for example, can't get access to a hospital because hospitals are full. Similarly in the second wave, and similarly in the third current wave as well. So in South Africa at the moment, we have officially recorded 77,000 deaths due to COVID. But unofficially, if we take these excess deaths into account, we're looking at about more than 200,000 deaths already. And if you annualize it, like all accountants have a annual year ending either in February or March. So if you take a 12-month average for COVID, we're looking at 54,000 deaths over a period of a year. These are the official figures. Now that is more than all the deaths combined due to unnatural events such as accidents, such as murder and so forth. And for the last few years, the commonest cause of death in South Africa was TB, which led to about 26,000 deaths yearly, and diabetes, which also which led to the death of about 26,000 people. So if you add up TB and diabetes, you get a total of 52,000 deaths due to those two combined. So COVID alone in the last year has killed more people than the previously most common cause of deaths combined, which is TB and diabetes. It is a real issue as far as South Africa is concerned. But we are really living in a time of uncertainty. We don't know how this virus actually affects people. And I want to just mention 3 cases in our practice. We had a 42-year-old healthy fit male who contracted COVID. His wife was pregnant with a 3rd child. And on the 9th day of his disease, he started having breathing difficulties. We admitted him into hospital. He was ventilated and he passed away 2 days later. So he's got a widow with 3 children. One of them who's never seen him. One of my patients is bedridden in Cape Town. So her daughter from Johannesburg decided to come visit her. Her husband, the daughter's husband in Joburg, stayed behind in Johannesburg. Daughter came down on the Friday. She interacted with her mother and a couple of her siblings here, and she left the Sunday evening. The Sunday evening, when she landed at home, she felt unwell, as well as her husband. Remember, he didn't come down to Cape Town. So the 2 of them on the Monday morning went to go test for COVID, and they were positive, as well as a couple of people in their circles in Johannesburg also tested positive the Monday. Now, the daughter's mother felt sick, and I went to go see her the Wednesday. We tested her, she was positive. 4 of her siblings that she was in contact with also tested positive, as well as her spouses. And in total, 22 of that immediate family tested positive at one stage or the other. The mother, bedridden one, passed away due to COVID. Another elderly contact passed away due to COVID. And one of the siblings' spouse landed up in hospital and currently suffers from destroyed lung disease. And just this week, I had a nurse who came into the practice who works in the COVID ward, and she cannot cope with all the number of patients dying. She's severely depressed. Then she mentioned a colleague of her who I've only met once, who contracted the disease at hospital, came home, gave it to her mother, and her mother passed away. And this daughter felt so aggrieved that she actually committed suicide. She hanged herself. So these are the realities of what we're seeing on the ground as far as COVID is concerned. And what we need resilience. And the reason for that is we are not just fighting the pandemic. We are actually fighting more than one pandemic as far as the medical fraternity is concerned. Because this is a pandemic within a pandemic, as one of my colleagues said. It's a pandemic of misinformation, of panic that is sown along different social media platforms. And as healthcare workers, it is really very, very difficult to fight 2 pandemics on different fronts at the same time. It is time consuming and it is difficult. I mean, we get faced with statements such as brain damage from masks cannot be reversed and COVID-19 masks are a crime against humanity. And the same people who make these statements, if they need a 19-hour operation, will be operated on by doctors who spend half their lives behind masks and clearly don't use their capacity to perform their task normally. We all know about the other non-pharmacological measures that we put in place, but it's clearly not been enough. It's been flattening the curve and making sure that the disease doesn't spread too fast, but it has not led to the elimination of the disease. It has not led to the control of the disease. We talk about ventilating rooms well, try to be outdoors. We try to keep numbers small when there's any gathering, preferably have no gathering. We try to keep spaces between people so that we don't spread the disease. We try to be smart by wearing masks and not spread the disease by coughing or inhaling it when someone else coughs in our immediate vicinity. We try to keep interactions between people short and try to keep the time. And of course, we try to sanitize as much as possible. But as the pandemic has shown during the waves, these measures slow down the spread of the disease, but it does not eliminate or control the disease. And we see issues that are really heartbreaking. And I like talking about the elderly because they're important. The immune system weakens as they get older. They often have what we call comorbidities, such as diabetes, such as high blood pressure. And this gives them causes them to have a much higher chance of dying from the disease. So we try to use all methods possible to ensure that the few weeks that we have to keep a physical distance, not a social distance, but a physical distance. And now it's months, and it might even be years, but we have to use this to ensure that we will be together for years afterwards, and hopefully even more decades afterwards. There are issues that will come and go, and I know I'm going to be asked the question on ivermectin, that's why I'm mentioning it. But from a medical and science point of view, currently, we are not certain that the ivermectin is actually efficacious or safe when it is used to treat or prevent COVID-19. And currently, and this is up to the beginning of this week, all the scientific evidence, all the medical evidence shows that it does not support the use of ivermectin, either for the treatment or for the prevention of COVID-19, outside the use of well-controlled trials. And there's a couple of them happening worldwide at the moment. So as far as ivermectin and other issues such as chloroquine is concerned, most of the support is currently social media driven. We're not saying it does not have benefits. All we're saying is that currently there's not enough evidence to warrant the use of medication such as it. So now I'm going to be coming to vaccines, and I'm using the theme of this particular webinar, which is beautifully rooted in history, because we know that vaccines, together with the access to clean water and the availability of antibiotics, has really been the three issues that has increased longevity as far as people are concerned, and has led to less children dying due to preventable vaccine diseases. Now, when it comes to vaccines, there's always this issue of the risk of a vaccine and obviously the benefit of the vaccine. And there's always going to be risks to any medication that we use. For example, I've used the issue of overdoses. Panados is available everywhere. But if someone takes 30 Panados, they are going to die because there's a high chance of them dying because of liver failure. But we do not stop the use of Panado because of that possible side effect. We're looking at the benefit and then the side effects and the risk of using it. So as far as vaccines are concerned, let's look at measles, which most of us had as children. Now, over a 15-year period between 2000 and 2015, it is estimated that about 17 million lives were saved because of measles vaccination. But it does have side effects. There were 6 deaths documented over a 10-year period. So we're looking at about 10 deaths over a 15-year period, if you want to compare the two. So 10 deaths over a 15-year period compared to the saving of 17 million lives, it's really a no-brainer as far as the risk-benefit ratio is concerned. Similarly with polio, we're looking at polio vaccine having probably saved about 4.5 billion cases of disease, leading to children not being paralyzed. It's also most likely led to about 10 million lives that have been saved. But there are obviously risks attached to it. What are these risks? If we want to quantify it similarly, we're looking at vaccine-induced polio, which is also similar to polio causing paralysis, leading to about 500 cases per year, and it is decreasing. The type of vaccine that causes that, however, is being slowly eliminated from the world, so hopefully we won't even see that side effect. Again, the numbers are clearly in favor of using the vaccine compared to the risk of using it. So the question comes, yes, we have COVID-19 vaccine. What happened to what was the fastest vaccine to market previously? And that was a mumps vaccine, which took 4 years to develop. We're looking at HIV. 30 years later, there is not an effective vaccine for HIV. There's no effective malaria vaccine currently. So COVID was developed within 1 year. I mean, how is that possible? Is it safe? Is it effective? Does it have long-term side effects? The last question we can't really answer, but most of the others we can actually. And the reason, and I just want to compare COVID to malaria. In 1951, it was said that when I got my PhD in, this is Professor Desovich, but he was told that malaria is dead. You'll never make a living out of it. And yet, currently, malaria kills about 500,000 people, mostly poor children in Africa. So clearly, malaria is still around. And if you look at malaria, it's easy. The mosquito lives 30 days. It has to bite human beings to continue the cycle for malaria. And all we need to do is make sure no one gets bitten by mosquitoes for 30 days. Make sure that we give people who have malaria, make sure that they get treated for it. Make sure no mosquito bites them. Hey presto, there's no virus, there's no of the malaria bugs around anymore, and the world will be free from malaria. This didn't happen. And the reason was that the Western world did not have any interest in it. There was no malaria in the United States. There was no malaria in Europe. So they didn't put any money into the programs to eliminate malaria. It wasn't of interest or benefit for them. And that's why that theory of eliminating malaria actually just faltered and was by the wayside. When it comes to the COVID-19 vaccine, however, it is firstly, the virus is well understood. We had a similar virus in 2002. It was called SARS, Sudden Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome. It occurred in Hong Kong and Singapore. So there was a vaccine platform already developed at that time. In 2013, the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome virus was discovered, and there were attempts made to develop a vaccine. But both those outbreaks were contained, so there wasn't really a necessity for having a vaccine against those two strains. So this is contrary to COVID-19. We know that more than 4 million people have passed away already. What happened with COVID-19 vaccine development was that there was multiple collaborations. So there was companies sharing information. And the reason they were sharing it was that this was a worldwide pandemic. So investigations were running parallel. Instead of doing phase 1 and then phase 2 and then phase 3, they were running it in parallel with each other. More importantly, billions of money was poured into it. So there wasn't a restriction on funding, and there wasn't a restriction on doing the research. And that's why this vaccine was developed so quickly. And what safety data do we have? Well, currently over 4.3 billion doses has been delivered across 180 countries. So if people suddenly started dying from them, suddenly developed plots from them, this would have been known. It is not been picked up yet. So the issues that we see in social media has not been proven by the documented scientific and medical literature so far. But when it comes to the statistics, it's easy to manipulate. For example, if you look at a particular hospital, you'll see that 5 people in that hospital who had COVID were not vaccinated. 10 people were vaccinated, but they landed up in hospital because of COVID. So you'll say, in this hospital, more people are vaccinated and being hospitalized compared to those that are not are vaccinated. But the reality is they come from a group of 1,000 people with COVID-19, of whom 950 are vaccinated and 50 are not vaccinated. So of the 950, only 10 people end up in hospital, which means 1% of those vaccinated land in hospital. If you look at the 50 who are unvaccinated, 5 landed in hospital, which is a 10% hospitalization rate. So clearly the vaccine group are better off compared to the unvaccinated group. And the results are very, very evident. This is in the United States. This is during the second wave. We're comparing apples to apples. So this is 100 cases per 100,000 population, deaths per 10 million population. During the third wave, when people were vaccinated, same scales, 100,000 population cases and deaths per 10 million population. You can clearly see that the number of deaths after vaccination was much reduced. So the vaccine was dramatically effective in reducing deaths during the third wave in the United Kingdom. And just this past Monday, I took this from the New York Times, and America is having a resurgence of COVID-19 due to the Delta strain. the hospitals are filling up, and certain hospitals, such as those in Florida, are actually overflowing. 95% of those in the hospital are unvaccinated. In our hospital at Grooteske Hospital, Prof. Mark Mendelson, the head of our department there, he has not seen a single vaccinated case in the COVID-19 high care ward, showing that there is some benefit against COVID-19 hospitalization. This is in Alberta, in Canada, in the ICU situation. The red are those people who are not vaccinated. So the numbers of people in ICU are predominantly those who are unvaccinated. In South Africa, we had a large study done in South Africa by the Sosonke group, where they looked at close to 500,000 healthcare workers who were vaccinated. I was one of them as well. And it showed that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was about 91 to 96% effective in preventing death from COVID-19. It was effective against the beta strain, which was going around in December, as well as the current Delta strain. And it prevented hospitalization in up to 2/3 of those who took the vaccine. And I've already mentioned up to 96% protection against death. If people like myself did actually get the vaccine, did actually get the disease and being diagnosed with COVID-19, even though we took the vaccine, those diseases were mild, 96% of cases, moderate in only 3% of cases, and unlikely to be severe or lead to death. And it was, like I've mentioned before, protective against both the December second wave of beta strain and the current third wave Delta strain. And we didn't really find any safety issues. It was in line with what we saw worldwide. For example, we only had 2 cases of the rare clotting disorder that has been well publicized in the local newspapers. And it seems to be quite durable. We've looked at it 3 months later, and the antibody levels are quite high still. And some studies have shown that it is effective even 8 months later. So there seems to be no reason at the moment for a booster dose currently. And everyone knows of someone who's passed away after the vaccine. But yet when we interrogate them, it's always by a third party or fourth party where they heard this news. Now, currently, only 53 deaths were reported post-vaccination. And this was investigated by the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority. And these reports amounted to 0.0007% of the, at that time, 7 million doses that were administered. And when these deaths were investigated, there was no link found between the deaths and the vaccination. It was found due to other reasons, such as heart attacks, such as cancers and so forth, unrelated to the vaccine. And I'd hazard a guess to say that it's more likely that you encounter a situation like this than a death due to COVID-19 vaccine currently. So let's put it in some perspective as far as numbers are concerned. Now in South Africa, if we vaccinate 83 men, we prevent 1 hospital admission. If we vaccinate 425 men, we prevent 1 death. COVID-19 deaths is more prevalent in males. So if we vaccinate 167 women, we prevent one admission, and we need to vaccinate about 700 women to prevent 1 death. And in real sums, if we vaccinate 1 million people, we probably have about 10 deaths. If we don't vaccinate them and they get COVID-19, if we look at a country such as United States, which has 1% deaths due to it, we'll have 10,000 deaths due to unvaccinated people contracting COVID per million. In South Africa, our mortality is about 3%. So we'll get 30,000 deaths for every 1 million unvaccinated COVID-19 cases. The sums speak for themselves. I don't think I need to elaborate more on that. And we were worried about the Delta variant, but it seems because the Delta variant is more transmissible by up to about 70% more than the previous variants, it spreads easier. it leads to more severe cases, and we seem to see more young people suffering from it. But again, the vaccines seem to be quite effective if you give both doses for the Pfizer vaccine, and as I mentioned already, for the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, it seems to be quite effective against the Delta strain. And we are currently predicting the fourth wave, which will be starting, according to predictions, in early December, and it should last about 75 days. We need to keep the following myths in mind and discard it. I've already said that it's a myth to say that the vaccine was rushed. We've got for 18 years of experience of working on similar vaccines. There's this myth that it changes your DNA. Now, clearly that is hogwash. It cannot change your DNA. There's some people who say they got the vaccine and they got COVID 2 days later. They got COVID because it is so prevalent in the Western Cape, especially at the moment. It is not, you cannot get COVID-19 due to the vaccine. It's impossible. Then there's other issues that it can cause severe side effects. Yes, there are side effects, but for most of the times it is mild and trivial ones. And then some people have indicated that it can cause infertility. There's no evidence for that. And we've got to bear in mind that all these other things are of having a 5G chip inserted into you when you get the vaccine. I mean, those are social media stories. We cannot really take them seriously, but people are taking them seriously. But some people also were thinking about was that they don't need to get vaccinated because afterwards everyone's going to be exposed and there will be what's called herd immunity. And herd immunity works by those who are infected preventing the passing on of that virus to those who are not infected. Initially, we thought you need about 66% of people to be infected or having vaccines for herd immunity to be established amongst COVID-19. But now it is estimated to be 90%. So we're not going to achieve that by people getting sick and dying. We're going to achieve that from the best of our knowledge under current circumstances by vaccinating people. And this is the prediction for the fourth wave. We are going to see numbers. We are going to see people getting sick. But if they're infected, they are not going to land up in hospital. They are not going to be dying. So those resources in hospital can be utilized for Auntie Katie, who's been waiting for 5 years to get a cataract operation, for Mr. Jacobs, who's been waiting for 5 years to have a hip replacement. That is all being consumed by COVID-19 at the moment. And if we're not vaccinating, people are going to be needing hospitalization. They are going to die. And we are not going to be utilizing our already strained medical infrastructure for anything else that is really necessary at the moment, such as HIV medicine, such as TB diagnostics, which are all suffering because all medical facilities and resources are being pushed towards COVID prevention and treatment. So what is it that we are yearning for in reality? And I put this deliberately because it is in our foggy minds at the moment. There is no 5G chip in the vaccine. What's in the vaccine is forgotten kisses and hugs, the school trips, the grandparents at your social events, movies with popcorn, sharing with the person right next to you, all those things. It's really hazy at the moment. Football stadiums, the rugby stadiums that are currently empty, we want that back. And that is what we can expect if we use the vaccines. But at the moment, we have this untenable truth. The reality is that people are scared of taking vaccines. Just later on today, we're having a meeting in Mitchell's Plain, urging people to take the vaccine because of the number of hesitancy. So there is a big group that we are still trying to convince that it is worthwhile taking the vaccine. This is unlike the anti-vaccine group. And there's a meeting planned tomorrow at Groote Schuur Hospital, out of all places, where people are rallying to have no vaccines. Firstly, there's no mandatory vaccine that is in South Africa. If you want to take it, you take it. You don't have to take it if you don't really want to. So my take-home messages are that COVID-19 kills. It's not going to go away anytime soon. The vaccines are currently effective. We understand why people are hesitant, and that's why we have talks like this. But the talks must be based on sound science, and it should not portray the alternate narratives that we find on social media. Yes, we do not know the long-term side effects of vaccines, but we do know that if it's side effects, it occurs within the first month or two, and that hasn't come to the force at all at the moment. And science currently really supports the use of vaccine at the moment. And what I end up with this slide is that we don't know much. If, for example, in this study, they took samples of surfaces and they found that 48% of the samples that they took were unknown organisms. Do you think this was taken in outer space or to 10 kilometers on the deepest ocean? No, this was on the subway of surface of New York's subways. So we still don't know a lot, but we need to use what we do know to indicate to us the way forward. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention and for the, I see quite a lot of people are on here, 199 people. Thanks a lot for listening in. And I hope that this was of some indication to you that when we talk from medical and scientific point of view, that COVID is a reality and we need to do something about it now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Quite a few questions on the chat, and I think we can take one or two questions. I think it's a very important topic, and I think it's quite necessary to get the relevant clarity because the people in these forums would be able to go back in their communities to share this information in order to spread the awareness. So I'm just going to take a few questions and just read it out. One question is, how prepared are South African hospitals to deal with and treat people that fall under the minor cases of side effects?
Okay, firstly, when people take the vaccines, remember most of the side effects are within 15 minutes, within a few days. Every single person who takes a vaccine is given a hotline number, which is manned 24 hours a day. Every vaccine station is actually trained into coping with them. And yes, just to give an example, out of the first 300,000 people who had the vaccine, there was one case of what we call anaphylaxis, which is a severe allergic reaction, and that was comfortably dealt with. There were 50 other cases out of 300,000 of mild allergic reactions where people had a rash and so forth. There were plenty of other side effects, headaches. The younger people often get a fever for a day or two, but these are explained to them before they take the vaccine. So yes, most of South Africa is well prepared for side effects to vaccines.
Okay. And then the other question here is, does the available vaccine that is offered in South Africa protect us from the new Delta variant, as well as other new variants that might pop up in the future? What happens to our immune system that fights off the non-COVID viruses, for example, flu?
Okay, and when it comes to antibiotics, we've got billions of them running around in our bodies. So, for example, if you're a child, if you take a child to the clinic, you get vaccinated with one shot against 6 different pathogens. For example, the first shot that a child gets, so one of the first ones contains pertussis, Haemophilus. So there's 6 different what we call antigens given to them at the same time, and your body starts reacting against them at the same time. So when you get the COVID-19 vaccine, it builds up antibodies against that one, but it also is still adequately equipped to deal with any other viruses. So if you get flu at the same time as well, your body will react to that if it needs to do that. So it runs in parallel. The body is a remarkable system as far as that's concerned. And you do not deplete your antibodies. You actually build, the more you're exposed to it, the more resistance you build up to it.
Yeah. And doctor, what would be the main reasons for the side effects? Like what causes people to experience some of the side effects that come with the vaccine or taking the vaccine?
Right. Okay. To see, one other part I didn't answer was that it is as effective against a previous variant as against the current Delta variant. We don't know what efficacy it will have against the Lambda variant, for example. Only time will tell that, but it is very effective against the current Delta variant. As far as your current question is, so you can just repeat that last question. I just lost track there.
No problem. So the question was asking what causes the severe side effects that
Okay. Now remember, the body considers the vaccine as a foreign body, so it mounts a response to that. Now the commonest one is pain at the site, which is a local inflammatory reaction. It's a foreign thing. So just like getting a splint in your finger, you get what's called a local reaction there. So you might get some pus forming there if you have a splint in your finger. Similarly, if you have an injection given with the vaccine, it causes a local reaction, and that is perfectly explainable. The other one is your body reacting to it. So if you get influenza virus, which is normally mild for most people, you get a bit of a temperature, you get a bit of a headache, you get a bit of a muscle pain, because that is part of the immune response. And this is what a lot of younger people experience, because they have a more robust immune response compared to older people. And so that accounts for for about 80 to 90% of the side effects. Then you get some of the more severe side effects, and these are allergic reactions. In other words, your body over responds to what for normal people would be a mild stimulus. And the classic example of that is hay fever. When we breathe in pollen, some people just build up a mild resistance to it and sneeze a bit. Others will get red eyes because they overreact to it. So that's what's called a allergic type of reaction. So that's a second one. Then you have rare side effects, and these are clotting ones and so forth. But I don't really want to talk about that because it occurs maybe 2 to 3 cases per million. So it's not really worthwhile mentioning those, besides the fact that people are told about it when they get the vaccine, to be on the lookout for it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Salim. And I think we have run out of time for this specific segment. There are a few more questions in the chat, and I think if you do have a minute while we take a quick break, maybe you can answer some of those questions in the chat. But thank you so much for the presentation. It was very insightful and very important and relevant topic. And I think most of us have had people who are quite hesitant when it comes to, with the vaccine, obviously due to lack of information. So these sessions and, these conversations are quite necessary for us to gain that understanding in order to spread it out to those that are connected to us. So I'm very grateful for this chat and opportunity just to get this information. We will be going on a very quick short break, coming back in 15 minutes at 10 past. So again, if you have any questions that you'd still like to ask Dr. Salim, you can ask in the chat. If he does have a few minutes, he will just answer some of those. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
this life I need you. I want you beside me now, with your arms around me now. Sometimes it is hard, fight out in the yard, pull the terrible cards. By the end of the day, all this falls away, all that I can say. Cause I see you in this life I need you. I want you beside me now, with your arms around me now. There's a fine line in between love and affection, and I don't want to learn it more than once. When I found myself walking her direction, she said she'd show me where that line was. Oh, Canada, how'd you think of a girl like that? Oh, Canada, you're never gonna get her back. The water ran fast all around us, breathing. Black mascara down on my chest. No plans yet, but our hearts were beating. She said she didn't want to take a rest. Oh, and oh, Canada, how'd you think of a girl like that? Sadness and grieving, and I'm towing it every time I think of her. She wanted someone to believe in, but I wasn't ready to be that sure. Oh, Canada, how'd you think of a girl like that? Oh, Canada, you bore my bride and baby. Oh, Canada, you're never gonna get her back. Remember how it all seemed so clever. Escape to forever. After you call me just to say howdy. It's funny how loudly the little things speak. And all that I could say was tossed and turned to clay. I heard there's something on the other side. Now I'll say goodnight. And it seems to me left my body in the big city on a bank by the river, not far from here. Was I walking? You're on my own
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Those of you who were in the morning session when we did mindfulness, you'll probably remember that Johann said we don't survive on coffee, we survive on breathing. As much as I'd love to agree, I think we survive on breathing as well as coffee. So I'm on to my next cup for today. And I do hope that you've prepared yourself something warm, whether it's water, coffee, whatever makes you happy. We'll be moving on to our next segment for today. And I'd like to introduce to you our next speaker, Caroline Chalmers, or Chalmers. Sorry if I butchered your surname there. Caroline is the secretary at ISACA in the South African chapter and the CEO of Good Governance, So Caroline, again, is a corporate governance practitioner and strategic advisor on IT, information and digital transformation matters in Condo Governance and PTY Ltd. She has an extensive management and governance experience and has held various executive and governing body roles. Her experience spans across industries, but she is best known for her success in designing and leading large corporate strategy and organizational transformation implementations. Today, she will be taking us on a journey presenting on peace and resilience in times of uncertainty, practical steps to taking the IT leadership high road. Welcome, Caroline.
Thank you very much for that great introduction. Thank you, everyone, for attending. I'm very grateful for your time. And thank you very much for being here today. I'm just having a look at sharing my screen. No, I can't share my screen. If you could just enable me, please, Henri. No. I'm not that clever to have everything. Yes, I'll continue. So you're not going to see. There we go. And can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Yay. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very grateful. Today I'm going to be talking about peace and resilience in times of uncertainty. And that sounds like very big, very global kind of matters. So how can you as an IT leader take the steps to address these huge matters? I'd like to maybe first of all, start off about talking about what is peace. So we heard in the beginning of today, Johann talking about mindfulness and talking about an inner peace. But I'd like to take the quote from Albert Einstein, who said, well, peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, of law, of order. He said, in short, of government. So I'd like to bring that theme through my presentation today, is that this concept of law and order and justice being present in peace, and it doesn't need to be at that government level, but it can be in your organization and in your personal life too. So what is peace? I like this quote from International Alert, or this information from International Alert. They say peace is when people are able to resolve their conflicts without violence and can work together to improve the quality of their lives. This means, and they've got these pillars, first of all, power, that everyone has the power to participate in political decisions and the government is accountable to the people. This is a key requirement for peace. They also talk about income and assets. This means that everyone has an equal opportunity to work and make a living, regardless of gender, ethnicity, or any other aspect of identity. So this month is Women's Month, and Movember or November is generally considered Men's Month. And then we have normally springtime is those who identify themselves as non-binary. So we do have this ability to bring through all of these gender recognition and this concept of identity. And we do see this coming through far more in today's world. And it interestingly is a consideration of peace. Then it also means fairness, equality, justice, where everyone is equal before the law. The systems for justice are trusted, and we're getting tested in this specific matter when we see our ex-president going through the courts of law. So the systems for justice are trusted and fair, and effective laws protect people's rights. So we don't want to see innocents being prosecuted and being persecuted, but we do want to see that justice is done. This also means safety, that everyone lives in safety without fear or threat of violence, and no form of violence is tolerated in law or in practice. And we saw that this was a very big concern in terms of maybe we're not in peaceful times in South Africa in terms of the threats to people's safety. And finally, well-being, that everyone has fair and equal access to the basic needs for their well-being. Just breathe. So such as food, clean water, clean air, shelter, education, healthcare, and we've heard about healthcare now, and a decent living environment. And we heard all of this being epitomized when we went into our new government, and our President Nelson Mandela told us about this.
Okay.
So moving on, what is peace then more personally? I'm just taking these key pillars, the 5 key pillars around peace. It's a concept around power, personal power, and your ability to use your power, your income and assets, so financial well-being, fairness, equality, justice, safety, and well-being. So in a nutshell, yes, we can think of it as a government perspective, but when it comes to our personal world and the world of as IT leaders in our IT teams, and as even as team leaders in our teams, these are the conditions for peace. Let's move on to resilience now. So what is resilience? So we think about business continuity plans, disaster recoveries, all of these kinds of organizational resilience, and they've been tested. But let's go back into the personal realm again. So I'm going to leverage information from positivepsychology.com. They say that the conditions for resilience are 4-fold, and there are 4 aspects of your life: to be physically flexible or agile. Physically flexible around endurance and strength, so not that your arms and legs need to work, but your ability to endure and to have strength. Emotional flexibility around positivity and self-regulation. Spiritual flexibility that we heard about this morning around values, tolerance, gratitude. And mental flexibility around being able to focus, have your attention, and being able to thrive from a mental and cognitive ability. So these are conditions for resilience in terms of the psychological aspects. But let's look, so that's peace, resilience. Let's look at these uncertain times. We've just heard about the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic. We have now far more certainty, just nearly 18 months down the line, far more certainty than we had 18 months ago. So we're getting the certainty coming through information, through research, but it's still an uncertain world as these variants come through. But our natural world is also uncertain. There's recently launched the IPCC paper. Please, you need to read it if you haven't yet. The IPCC paper, and we've got COP26 coming up at the end of the year in November. But essentially, our global temperatures are increasing, our CO2 and climate change gases. We've got floods, droughts, incredible fires across Europe, California, Algeria, it's all over, fires. We've just had that terrible fire in Cape Town. And not only is it our natural resources, but also our biodiversity. And it's not only done through natural events and climate change, but that biodiversity is being hammered through our very own greed. So tusks being removed, poaching of rhinos, lions being bred, donkeys being slaughtered. So it carries on and on, the decimation of our natural environment, and that's going to have an impact on our continued viability as a human species. That's a tremendous uncertainty. Of course, we have uncertainty in terms of water, in terms of power, and in terms of the impact of our population growth, just on the schools, on our infrastructure, on our roads that aren't coping, except in lockdown. So our world, our environment, there are uncertainties in that as well. And finally, even our world of work. Before the pandemic, we had all of these uncertainties coming through. What is 4IR going to bring for us? What about global competition? And we see that even more in this pandemic, is that we're acting locally, but really we're competing globally now, even for the very resources of our employees. Employees don't need to work for companies in your country anymore. And this always was a possibility, but now it's become a reality as people are used to Zoom. Look at us today. And then, of course, our wearable devices and all of those kinds of things that are coming through. This is a very, very uncertain world. So yes, it's true. We are in an uncertain world and uncertain conditions unlike we've ever had before. So let's just stop and think about that. For an organization to survive and develop, its rate of learning must be equal to or greater than the rate of change in its environment. So the rate of learning, and that goes back to our conditions of flexibility. And you being online today is really important. You're investing in your learning, and we must continue to do so. Is we need to learn from our mistakes as well, and not just put them aside, not just build a great big architecture on top of weak points. Go back and learn in terms of what we've done. Okay, we've looked at peace, we've looked at resilience, and we've looked at the need to learn in these times of uncertainty. And there really are times of uncertainty. But what's required in terms of you in your leadership role? Now, whether you're a leader of a team, the leader of your family, or a leader in your own personal right of your own life, what do you need to do to lead in these uncertain times? I want to see some chats coming through. I want to see some of your questions. What do you think? And where do you personally want to go? And let's have a discussion after this in our Q&A session. So think about, how do you personally want to lead in these times of uncertainty? Well, first, you need to lead. And how do you go about leading? And we heard this morning about taking charge, mindfully and purposefully taking charge. You need to lead. What does this leadership mean? Well, in leading in these times of uncertainty, as I mentioned before, our traditional responses are, well, go back to your business continuity plans, go back to your disaster recovery, go back to your, all of your plans and contact your people. Is that what we're needing in these current times of uncertainty? Do we go back to these plans? So when the pandemic struck, did it work for us? Or did we make plans around those plans? And I'd like to say that of those organizations that are helped in the first days of the pandemic, the business continuity plans were not that useful. Certainly the disaster recovery plans, which had needed audit oversight about testing and rigor, so from an IT perspective, but nothing IT fell over, right? It was the fact that we needed to introduce change in the IT world. But when it came to the organization, I found that 90% of business plans of the smaller, medium-sized enterprises were not equipped to cater for a pandemic situation. We were making it up as we were going along. and I think we still are. We're still largely trying to understand this new world of work. Our traditional responses were not enough. So what are our new responses in these times of uncertainty? Well, I really like this quote from Martin Webster. He said, usually business leaders have little difficulty in articulating what needs to be done when resolving problems, when there is certainty. So in normal circumstances, we can write our business continuity plans, we can test our disaster recovery plans, but as soon as we are in times of uncertainty, the problems become far more complex, and often we can't control them. That's really intractable, means we can't control them. So in these uncertain times, I often equate it to, we're driving along the freeway I've got a little Polo. I'm driving along with my VW Polo along the freeway and suddenly hits a dirt road or a patch of oil. All of that goes out the window. Now I'm in a circumstance of uncertainty. So what's the first thing I do? I slow down is my first response. No foot on the pedal when I go into a dirt road. Okay, slow down. We don't know what we're doing here. And now when you're competing in this global world with all of this change happening, you can't afford to slow down. The problems are complex, so you need to speed up to solve these problems. You can't control them, so you need more capacity to be able to control. So how do you lead in times of uncertainty? Well, can I say it's about creating conditions of certainty for those around you. Bring certainty to the table. Now, those of you who have got children at school, you've got young teenagers, even small ones, you've got staff that depend on you, you have even your families around you. What they needed most from you was some certainty. If you went to pieces as a leader, if you went to pieces, they didn't know what to do with that. So what we learned was that we brought certainty. If we were certain that curfew is at 10 o'clock, it's very certain that we're not allowed to, we have to wear masks, that we're not allowed to exit our homes in the very early days of lockdown. So that brings a lot of certainty. And the government brought a lot of certainty for us and gave us these parameters within which we can operate. And we were more able to deal with these complexities of the changing environment. What does that mean for us as business leaders? Well, we need to give our staffs, give our families, give our teams something that brings certainty. So what we want them in terms of what good looks like is we want them to be able to say, I know what needs to be done. I have the power to do it. And when I've done it, I feel good. I feel fulfilled. So that's all we want from those people around us, is that it gives them certainty so that they know what needs to be done, know how to deal with this. So we've reduced the level of complexity. They have the power to do it. So often we see, and I'm sure Johann can tell us a bit more about this, is that when we hit patches of uncertainty, of complexity, we suddenly feel that we're losing our power. I don't know what I'm doing. I need to bring in the experts. Actually, you do know what you're doing. In fact, you have more insight into your problem than that expert that you're calling in from the outside. You need to get your power back. And once you've completed, you need to know that what you're doing is the right thing, that you're doing the right thing, and that at the end of it will allow you to be fulfilled. So you're not hesitant, you're not scared, you know that you will be rewarded because you're doing the right things. All of those things need clear guidance and leadership. So let's just recap in terms of what are those kinds of things that we can provide as leaders. First of all, role clarity. We're suddenly working from home now. How does that work? We need to think about clear guidance in terms of, I understand you're at home. You've got dogs to feed, dogs are barking, you've got families to feed, you've got chores to do that you can't go to the shops like you used to before. There's more demand on your attention working from home than working in an office environment where you're protected from all of that. You blocked out from that. So we need to give you role clarity, or certainty comes from role clarity. Now, in an organization, you would have that role clarity through your job description, through your list of responsibilities, something like that. What about making decisions? How do you make decisions in an online world, remotely? How do you make decisions now through using cell phone technology, on the phone? How does that change now in this new world of 4IR? What about my structure? Who do I report to? Do I need to have that reporting line anymore? Because now we've suddenly, those hierarchies in the traditional corporate world have started to dissipate. So what is the certainty we can give them in terms of structure, in terms of their own authority and power, in terms of the facts of the matter versus all of this fake news that's out there? How do we give them certainty? Purpose of your actions and of what you're doing, the capacity to do what you need to do, clear guidance on what is right and what is not acceptable, the rules of the game, and risk certainty and risk clarity to say, this is too risky and this is where you can take opportunity. Bringing all that together and providing certainty, there is a piece of legislation, there is a guidance that provides us with clarity around how to be a leader, a good leader, and that's sitting in the King 4 Corporate Report for South Africa. So it's called King 4 from the Institute of Directors in South Africa. And King 4 says, what is corporate governance? Well, corporate governance is the exercise of ethical and effective leadership by the governing body to achieve certain governance outcomes. But may I say that governing bodies' primary responsibility is the exercise, mindfully and purposefully exercising ethical and effective leadership. So let's take some ideas from where King 4 is coming from in terms of our topmost leaders. What is the guidance given to them on how to be ethical and effective leaders? And let's see if it can apply to us as well. So King 4 says ethical leadership, and can I just use this terminology, I-craft? It allows us to remember it quite clearly. I-craft. Ethical leadership is about behaving and demonstrating your integrity, that you're competent. And when you don't know something, that you don't pretend you know, but you find out, or you bring in those people who do know and you're able to guide them to bring in that expertise and make it relevant. So competence. Being responsible and taking responsibility for those things that you need to be responsible for, and having an agreement that you agreed to take on those responsibilities. Often, and I'm speaking as a mother and a woman here, I take on responsibilities that are not mine. I'm sure you all do it. And it's a psychological event, phenomenon, and they talk about it called, and they have this paper called It's Not My Monkey, Not My Circus, right? We just take on other people's monkeys. In the workplace, if you take on other people's monkeys, you are putting yourself up for failure. Don't set yourself up for failure. When you take on a responsibility, and I'm not telling you don't take on responsibilities, that is in your nature to take on that responsibility, to get it done. But when you do, just make sure that everybody's agreed that you're taking it on and you're not taking it away from somebody else and you're taking away somebody else's power. Just agree and be explicit on taking on that responsibility. Now, accountability is in the definition is about being held to account, to report on what you're doing. And accountability really comes in from the fact that I can't do everything myself. So I ask my teenagers to pack the dishwasher. But I'm still accountable, right? I'm still the head of the household. This is my household, so I'm still accountable. But I've given them the responsibility to please don't put the dishes on top of the dishwasher. Nothing's going to happen when you do that. Put them inside the dishwasher, put the washing inside the washing machine. are holding them responsible for that, but doesn't mean that they're going to do it. So I need to double check on them. I need to provide effective oversight. I need to supervise them. I need to make sure that they're trained. They know how to do that. And some train with a clip around the ear hole, others smack on the bum, whatever it is. We need to be trained to be able to take on those responsibilities. We can't accept it if we don't know how to do it. And that's the second point, competence. So holding to account people that you've delegated responsibilities to, and I'm using the corporate language here. So I delegate responsibilities and authority, the power to do those things, the responsibilities and the power to do it. And then I'm accountable for making sure that they do it. So that's accountability. Fairness, being fair, equitable, and that goes hand in hand with transparency. Not only acting in a fair and equitable manner and inclusive manner, but also being transparent in the way that you're acting. It sounds like I'm reading out the definitions from peace and resilience, right? Ethical leadership, integrity, competence, responsibility for my own things, accountability for those things that I've given to others, being fair in my decision-making and actions, and being transparent as far as confidentiality, etc. allows, being transparent and clear and honest in my dealings. So those are the values or the principles around ethical leadership. And as a leader, the first thing you should do is practice those things, whether it's at home, whether you are a junior audit clerk, whether you are a chief information officer or on a board of directors. This all applies to you. There were two things about leadership: ethical leadership and effective leadership. Now, King 4 gives us some guidance there too, but it's hidden away. It's sitting under Principle 6, which is about the governing body being the custodian of corporate governance, basically being the head of the tone from the top. And there's a recommended practice. But I want to take that and use that to achieve those things that I've got on the bottom of the slide. I want to try, and my outcome is that the people around me need to be able to say, I know what needs to be done. I have the power to do it. And I feel fulfilled when it is done. For me, those are my outcomes. That's what good looks like for me. So King 4 can help me, guide me in terms of how to achieve those outcomes. First of all, it says you should direct. So you should steer your team, whether that's through a strategy or however it is, but give guidance in terms of what is the approach that should be taken. What are the right things that you should be doing? Then give the people that you're delegating to the responsibilities clearly so that they agree and you agree the terms of those responsibilities, but also give them the authority, the power to do it. And don't leave them alone. Don't just say, okay, now it's your baby, go for it. Give clear parameters. Put the dishes in the dishwasher because every night after dinner, we switch the dishwasher on. And do it in a way that is not so that when I pull them out, they're still dirty. So the right thing to do is to pack it so that every item can be cleaned. Now, I'm not telling them how to pack it. I'm giving them clear parameters that make sure, however you want to pack it, that every item can be cleaned. So responsibilities, the power to do it, and clear parameters within which to do it. And then it's my responsibility, and I'm demonstrating my accountability to supervise their implementation and execution of that. And then because I'm accountable, I need to account for my team's activities, for the responsibilities that I've delegated, and to recognize their performance. And to recognize the performance overall and to be transparent about it. So governing bodies report to their companies. So governing bodies aren't accountable when we use the actual terminology. Governing bodies are accountable to the company, not to their shareholders in law. Governing bodies are accountable to the companies, And the company that they govern is then to hold them, the governing body, the board, to account. So that's why the governing body needs to put its report to say, I have overseen these financial statements. We, as the board, have overseen these financial statements, and that goes in the company's documents. So it's the company holding the board to account to say, and account for your financial oversight. And likewise, we hold our parents to account. In parent-teacher meetings, we hold teachers to account. So in our everyday lives, we need to consider our responsibilities, but also holding to account and being transparent about it. So that's ethical transparency and effective leadership. So I know that I'm combining the corporate with the home life and examples, because you know what? That's what the pandemic's done for us. My home life is my corporate life. My corporate world, my laptop, everything I do, all my paperwork is sitting at my home right now in our lockdown. So two actions that we need to do to bring certainty to those around us. First of all, we need to lead. We need to lead ethically and effectively. And the second action, is we need to provide the right conditions. Now, I go back to what happened in the Olympics. We saw in the Olympic Village and in Japan's hosting of the Olympics, the 2020 Olympics, just the other month, we saw ethical and effective leadership at play. But did we see the right conditions? Did we see the right conditions created? And what are those conditions? Well, first of all, it's the conditions of peace, the power, the clear responsibilities and authority. We saw that. Sufficient resources and on time worked like clockwork. Fairness, equality, and justice. We saw that. We saw that in the team members themselves. Safety, absolutely, very on top of the COVID protocols. The village was very well managed. But what about well-being? And there we see that mental health issues started to play. When did we ever see mental health issues come to the fore before? It was always frowned upon. It was never an issue. It's because we're in a world of increasing uncertainty, and we need to have certainty. We need to provide certainty and security and well-being as a fundamental condition for the world that we live in today, to create certainty so that we still can deal with those increasingly complex problems and those increasingly difficult to control events. We need peace, these conditions of peace, to create certainty so that we can thrive. And as leaders, we need to bring that to our families, to our teams, and even to our own work. So bringing peace into our own being and to creating certainty. And then resilience. Physical flexibility, allowing an opportunity for our staff to deal with this work-life balance. Life is work and work is life. We've never seen it as explicit as it is today, this work-life balance. Emotional flexibility, this workplace well-being, we all living in our own silos, phoning up, calling up. Are you okay? What's happening? Are you doing all right? How's it going? Can I help? Are you sitting all on your own? And then you get this shitty email that comes across. Don't just respond with another shitty email. Understand that you're not promoting that kind of environment anymore. You're promoting resilience as a leader of your own actions. Respond with emotional intelligence. And that moves on to the third one around spiritual flexibility. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about your emotional ability to respond. and emotional support, drawing on that emotional quotient. And then, of course, your mental flexibility. So from a leadership perspective, creating conditions for certainty, perhaps you need to mentor and coach and guide as part of your supervision. And that's your demonstration, of course, of your accountability is good supervision. So those are the conditions, is peace and resilience in times of uncertainty. So those two things, let's just recap, two things, peace and resilience in times of uncertainty. In those conditions, IT leaders need to provide leadership. We need to take our own power and the right conditions of peace and resilience. I'd really like to hear your questions. So I'm going to move on now to dealing with questions and answers. So thank you very much for looking at my slides. Let's continue the discussion. Thanks.
Wow, a lot of people on the chat are actually agreeing with a lot of what you're saying, Caroline. It feels like
Thanks, Renati.
It feels like you're touching home or hitting the nail. So I'm just going to go through some of the questions that have been posted. A lot is compliments and everyone agreeing, as I've noted. But there is a question that was posted at the beginning, which is how do you lead within the context of inflexibility of IT systems and lack of innovation, especially in the context of public sector as an auditor? Many government processes still run on manual systems or legacy systems. 4IR is still in a conversation, not a reality in practice in some public organizations. So how do we lead with that type of context?
Yeah, absolutely. So you don't have to be a product of your environment. You can raise above it. So don't let the inflexibility of your IT system hold you back, hold back your thinking. It is absolutely a parameter that you need to take into consideration, but it's not your only parameter. So yes, there is an inflexibility, there is a legacy system in place, that's a reality. If you don't like it, do something about it. And don't just say, don't point at it. I think that is something that I'm really finding is people are coming to the emotional realization that you can't sit on the sidelines and shout and point at things. Aren't we seeing that through the pandemic? Because we're just shouting and pointing back at ourselves again. And I see the growing number of people starting to pick up litter, clean rivers, get involved. Look what happened with the riots when people came outside and they started to get involved because we're not the product of our environments. People say that, yes, we're the product of our environments, but we can take our own power back. You don't have to only be within those aren't the only parameters that define you. So yes, it's a very real parameter, but do something about it if you don't like it. Don't just point a finger at it. So I think my message in that context is take your power back. Oh yes, sorry. Breathe first, then take your power back.
Absolutely. And I think even for me, I think what I'm really learning from this session is that it's really a power that we all have. And it's, yes, there's uncertainty and obviously, the challenges and, things that make us unsure, but we still have the power to do whatever it is in our hands. It's just a matter of identifying, what role you can play and how you can go about doing what you can. I don't know if there's any other questions that you'd like to raise, or if we can close the session. But I do see quite a lot of compliments and a lot of people agreeing that indeed this has been an insightful presentation. And it's quite relevant to the time that we're currently in. So yeah, I think one more question and then we can wrap up the segment.
Thanks, Renati. Just a shout out. I see Patrick Gunnarson's online, and I haven't chatted to Patrick in years. So hi, nice to see you online. And to see 211 people online, that's absolutely fantastic because I love these She Leads. They are always very pertinent. We have so many topics talking about cybersecurity and controls and assessing and all the very, very technical stuff. So to be able once a year to take a step back and say, but how am I? And how am I doing? And how am I leading? And how am I being? And I think that's so important. So I'd just like to thank Arlene as president of ISACA South Africa Chapter for this opportunity to be able to explore this side that is so sorely missed all over the place. So thank you very, very much, Arlene. So nice to have our cameras on because you can see. I'm going to mute myself now. So thank you very much, Anati.
Thank you, Carolyn, and thank you, everyone. We will move on to our next presentation. And coming up next is, I think Arlene did note at the beginning that this is a partnership between Mobius Consulting and ISACA South African Chapter. So we do have a few speakers from Mobius Consulting who will be speaking in our next segment, Arlene, Howell, and Sandia Mohan Play. So just to give an overview of their bios, Sandia Mohan Play is a managing director at Mobius Consulting South Africa. She has over 20 years of technology and risk consulting experience across a number of areas with a specific focus on information security, IT governance, identity and access management, as well as third-party risk management and overall risk. She has spent a number of years and is currently leading the Mobius Consulting South Africa practice. And over the 9 years, she has been actively leading and driving growth at Mobius across multiple markets. She is passionate about the Mobius culture, which is ensuring that we have a team that is dynamic, diverse, innovative, but still remains connected together across all regions and service lines. Sandia continues to drive expansion of services and growth and efforts within the Mobius Consulting in South Africa. And Arlene Howell is a principal consultant at Mobius Consulting South Africa. Her personal and career-related journey has allowed her to work with a diverse set of people from all walks of life. Arlene and the Mobius team thrive on delivering practical solutions to clients, working together to find new ways of solving privacy and information security related problems, as well as other topics. Privacy may be a passion topic to her, but she is also working as a team and supporting each other in achieving success. Welcome, Sandia and Arlene. We look forward to your presentation.
Sure. Thank you, Anati. Thanks very much. Can everyone hear me clearly? Great. Sure. What a lovely morning. I think it's been really insightful so far. Such a diverse set of presentations. Thank you, ISACA. Thank you, Arlene. Thank you so much for inviting us to today's session. I think I've really enjoyed the morning. Sure, we are on 213 participants. That is really lovely to see. So I'm really excited about today. Arlene and I are going to be sharing our stories as women, as individuals. I think hopefully anyone can just relate to our stories. It's going to be very personal. We're going to share our experiences from childhood through young adult till we came to the careers that we are today. And hopefully, you can relate to our stories. Our stories are diverse, they're different, but it's to show, how we appreciate each other. And, some of you can take something from this. And, hopefully, you can learn from these things. So yeah, please ask any questions, whatever you feel like, put it on the chat line, and then we'll try and answer as many as we can. So for me, I think I'm going to start with my story. My story starts with a young girl that came into South Africa when I was just about 4 years old, with my parents, my sister, and I asked my dad for a picture, and he comes and gives me the most embarrassing picture that comes. It's very small intentionally so that you don't actually see where I am, but I was the youngest of two girls. So, we grew up, we actually started off in then what is known as Transkei. Hopefully you guys know that that's Eastern Cape. I lived in a small town called Ingobo. And sure, I think, life was very simple. We didn't have much. Yes, there was a television, computers, no, that didn't exist in those days. It was a very simple life, but what I think I remember and what I take away from that is, we just enjoyed the simple things, the outdoors, having fun, looking forward to going to the beaches, surrounding myself with, people that were our friends, and just having fun and appreciating the good things.
Didn't realize I was once this big. Look at this picture.
I can hear someone. I'll continue. So yeah, I think for me, growing up was not always easy. We had to move a lot of schools. My parents were educators. They were teachers. They taught us to be strong. My mom always worked. My dad taught me and my sister to always do what we can do the best we can do, and studying and education was such a big part of our life. So I think that's how I grew up, learning that we didn't have the best of schools, we didn't always have the best of facilities, but we always made sure, my parents always made sure that we were well taken care of. One of the biggest things I remember is, moving a lot, we had to adapt. And, by the time when we left Transkei, we came to Nelspruit. That was my biggest change as a child. I was only 10 years old. I came to this brand new school. And I remember, sure, I felt like an outsider. I felt different. And for me, what I had to learn very quickly that it's okay to be teased by kids. And I had to feel that, this is not going to let me, you're not going to get me down. And, I think everyone can relate to, people not always being nice to you. And as a child, it sometimes can put you down. But for me, I took that upon myself. And I said, I'm going to be strong. I'm going to take, and I was very motivated. And, for me, one of the biggest moments in my sort of childhood life is when I reached matric, and I was able to, be the top of the school. And not that I became the top of the school, and I was much younger than my peers. I was about 15 years old when I matriculated. But for me, it was about, I was able to take something on. I was highly motivated. I was passionate about what I wanted to do. And I said, I'm going to try and get the best I can do. I don't care whatever people say. And I surrounded myself by that positivity and by those memories. And for me, that's a moment of pride. Everyone needs to feel proud about who they are and believe that you can do whatever you can. So for me, that's really what stands out as a young girl growing up and matriculating. Yeah.
Wow, what a story, Sans. I think it's so inspiring. I mean, 16 years old, matric. Wow. Morning, everyone. And just from my side, also, thank you so much for having myself and Sandhya, I think, just chat to you guys this morning. It's really a privilege to just kind of share some of our stories with you, and hope that you find something that you can relate to. So I'll be talking a little bit about my venture into being a young adult. So when I have this fond memory of sneaking into my sister's room and playing hangman on what was then DOS. So when technology really just started coming out, and at that point I know I was nagging my parents to get a computer, a big chunky computer that took up almost half of a room. And I would just, kind of learn how to play games with the CD-ROM, just play around with this computer, see what happens if I click this button or go into this menu. And I think there really a passion for technology, developed from my side. That being said, I grew up in a very loving family with two older sisters. and always surrounded by family. However, I was the one that wanted to understand how technology works. I was the one barefoot outside, climbing trees, and, you know, being adventurous. And, you know, I still have that side to me still today. And I think just looking back, you know, it was something that stood out. You know, it was different from the norm. And also, I think similar to Sandhya, I also faced, you know, people not necessarily seeing things the way you do. So I think my story is really a story of finding yourself and taking the time to find yourself as well. And I think also, you know, at that time, iPods came out, and I'll never forget the feeling of my mom and dad buying me my first iPod. Guys, I had those earpods in my ears 24/7, listening to music. And, you know, it was actually a way for me to center myself, and really there also a passion for music developed. And I know you guys that know me, I'm all for music, movies, TV shows, you name it. That's how I find my re-energizing energy, if I can put it that way. So yeah, while most of my friends and peers were playing with makeup and dressing up dolls, I would be listening to music, taking walks, you name it. And when it came to choosing something to study, I actually, and now that I think about it, what inspired me to actually take studying serious was we had a family friend who worked at the University of Joburg at the time, and she was actually a biochemist, if I recall. And she said, come along, we were still young, I think like 12 or 13 years old. She took us to an open day, and I just saw this big world and I saw possibility, and I wanted to be successful that day. I'll actually never forget that feeling. That day I decided, okay, I want to study something. I didn't know what at the time. And then eventually I figured out that maybe I should study something in science. So I ended up enrolling for BSc Computer Science. Picture me coding. It was a very interesting degree to study. I think quite technical. I did make a lot of friends doing it. And actually, I don't use any of it today, to be quite honest. Those of you who also know me know that I'm quite passionate about, you know, privacy, again, technology, and just bringing those things to what we do as well. But yeah, so I studied this degree, and about in the last semester, I think I realized, what am I going to do once I'm done with this degree? While again, most of my friends were studying to become CAs or, you know, something that you've got a clear job to go into, I was thinking, okay, I don't really want to code. So what am I going to do? And thankfully, a bunch of dynamic people from, at the time, KPMG came to one of our classes, and they presented on professional dress, wear, and etiquette in the workplace. And I was like, okay, this is where I'm going. So I set my sights on a potential job opening there. I went through the interview process, and that's really where my story starts. And with that, I'll just give Sandhya an opportunity to carry on.
Sure. So my story in IT is very similar, but slightly different from Arlene. So I ventured into IT, let's say, not knowing what I'm going to get myself into. At the time I finished school, it's like, okay, now what do I do with my life? And at that time, you know, computers, IT was just coming up. Pac-Man, I think then I'm showing my age here. Pac-Man, that was my favorite game at that point. That was my exposure, playing games, PC games, guys, on my computer. And I thought, okay, cool. My dad said, hey, computer science, that's a cool degree. Why don't you try that? Absolutely not even studying computers or anything, computer science in school. I went for a BSc computer science degree at Wits. Wow, I did not know what I was getting myself into. But yeah, I got through my degree, I can say. varsity, we shall leave all the memories of varsity there. It was a lot of fun. I definitely recommend university education, and yeah, just that was a whole different thing. But what I can say is that when I reached the end of my degree, I didn't know, like a lot of people, what I wanted to do, but I knew what my strength was not. So for me, I knew my strength was not coding, similar to, and my strength was not programming. So I then wanted to find a career that was, slightly different. And that's again how I ventured into KPMG, found a consulting IT audit type of career, and not knowing what I was getting myself into, but knowing that, okay, let me try this path. I knew that I still wanted to be in the technology business. I wanted to learn about IT, but I knew I did not want to go down a very technical route. And that is just my preference. So, moved through KPMG, moved into corporate, Investec, moved through all of that. And many years later, I actually did return back to KPMG. And in my earlier career days, I can't talk about my career without actually talking about my life. Life and my career went hand in hand, so I got married along the time to my best friend, met in high school. Everything will not go through the detail of that story, but somebody that's very supportive to my career and what I do. And at that time, I became mother of 2 boys. The pictures have just come up. You can see that I'm a mother. For me, they are the pride and joy of my life. And so, they play an integral part of my life. We heard Caroline talking about home and career and family. Now it's even more real. And for me, they always went hand in hand. And, the big takeaway, and I think everyone that's trying to do, having a career, having things outside of their career and having a personal life, be it traveling, be it finding your hobbies, be it whatever you feel, or having a family, having children, it's the most rewarding experience, but it can be equally tough, when you want to go through your career. So for me, surround yourself by your family, your friends, people that support you. And for me, the biggest support is and continues to be still my husband. And we both support each other's career. And I think that's the important thing. Yes, you'll have moments where it'll go in waves. One has to do one thing and the other person has to take a step. But at the end of the day, you both achieve each other's balance. You balance each other and you support each other through each other's growth. I think that for me is the most important thing. In terms of my personal career and how I came to where I am today, yes, you go through the traditional corporate, the ladder of a consulting career. And why I'm here, when I went through the, let's say the Big Four, and then I decided to go into corporate, I wanted to try all these different things for myself. And, when I returned to KPMG, I met some really big influences in my life. And, for me, there were many influences throughout my life. And all those people have played a key role in my life. But when I had to make, some big decisions in my life, and one of the biggest decisions in my career was, I found myself as an associate director at KPMG, and there was this opportunity to start something different, to make a change, and to take a leap of faith. And, in that moment, I couldn't have done it without the people that have influenced me. And one of my biggest influences was Patrick Ryan. He is, the founder of Mobius. He was a partner at KPMG at that time. And, he was my mentor and continues to be my mentor. And for me, I couldn't have started this journey without him. I knew that I could trust and grow. And, 9 years later, I've never looked back, at the decisions that I made at that point in my life. Another 2 people that sort of like led me to where I am today, there were 2 very important people. Ryan Ruthven, he's currently overseas, he's in Australia. Lynn Martin, she's my fellow director. And, you know, she was just a mother like me, 2 children, similar path. And, you know, I think there were the 3 of us that decided, okay, we can do this. You know, the Joburg practice is where I started my career in Mobius Consulting. And, you know, at that point, the opportunity was to grow this practice, to grow people, to make a change. And I think that's the opportunity that I saw in that, you know, and there have been so many different people, but I have to mention a few more. And for me, another big influence that sort of like helped me, and I have grown through this, is my fellow presenter, Arlene Howell. You know, I met her in my first, you know, when she was just a first year at KPMG. And I am so proud of how she and I have shaped each other and grown together. You know, she's currently a principal consultant, and she's absolutely passionate about what she does. And for me, the biggest reward and joy is when I see people grow, and they continue to grow, and they're able to do the best they can be. And I have learned from her and from many other people in, you know, that I encountered in my life, in my current, you know, as clients, or in the current place that I am. And, you know, there are people like, you know, Yolandi Moodley, Candace Jackson, Amanda, Taiba Lamalia. They're all either with us currently at Mobius Consulting, they're somewhere far away in the world. And I think for me, the biggest reasons that have led me to make my decisions, you know, in my career is that, you know, I always believe that you can be the best you can be by following your passion. And sometimes it's not hard. It's not, you know, it's not easy to make certain changes in your life, you know, and, you know, each one of you out there might be thinking, look, I want to do something different. I want to maybe not follow the norm, or I do want to follow the norm. But in that process, when you think about it, just think about, okay, am I making a decision based on, you know, who I am, what I need to do for myself, and I'm growing, and I feel excited about something. And if you feel excited about something, if you feel that spark, and there's always a little spark in you, that's when you can be the best you can be. And so for me, you know, over the X number of years across the different things that I have done, I'm really fortunate to have experienced people, diverse people from diverse backgrounds, everyone. And for me, the biggest reward is just being able to see how, you know, people can grow, and I am able to learn every day from what I'm doing. So yeah, I think that's how my career has evolved, and that's how I am where I am today. Yeah.
I think I say it on behalf of everyone listening. It's a very, very inspiring story, Sandhya. I know, sure, when Mobius started, Pat, I see you also on the screen there. You know, when all of us started building this team, building, you know, Mobius and what it is today, has been a really, really big journey, I think, for all of us at Mobius and those that have maybe left Mobius as well. Really, really great to have been able to work with you guys as well so far. Guys, I do note, so Arlene, Circus Charlie, I hated that game. I see you posted that, killed me, guys. I could not get past, I couldn't remember what stage it was, but it was difficult. If you guys have any other comments or questions, please pop them in. Nati will catch them afterwards, or even if we chat during, we'll pick them up. I'm sure some of you have some questions for Sandhya, just given the story she shared now as well. Okay. All right, so I think just to link into that. So obviously I did start my career at KPMG. And I'll speak a little bit about that, but I also want to focus on, you know, where we are today, and specifically, you know, I'll share a little bit of my personal kind of experience over the last couple of months as well. But really, you know, I think reflecting back to when my career started, I walked into those doors and I felt completely out of my depth. And out walked this tall hunk of a guy, and his introducing line to me was, "Oh, look, we've got the same colored dots for training." And from that day, I absolutely fell in love with my best friend and husband, Sean Howell. And I think he's been the biggest constant, you know, in my career as well. So, you know, that really helped just to set the journey and start the journey. And then also, you know, I met so many dynamic people, even in the early days of you know, working. And I think to make a special mention, one of those people was Candice Jackson. And I know you guys see her face on many presentations at ISACA. She's well known in the community. I'll never forget, she was interning and Sean and I were making friends. And, you know, it was always when I left for Mobius, I always thought, I said, come join Mobius. And, you know, since the day she was an intern, we've been working so closely together. And I think to Sandhya's story, you know, the same way Sandhya has shaped me, and we've shaped each other. I think Candice and I have done that for each other as well. So special shout out, Candice. I know you're in the bush enjoying some leaf. And really just, you know, seeing you grow has been wonderful. Also, countless people I'd love to mention, but I'll keep you guys here until tomorrow. But I think maybe importantly also, you know, I've had individuals that have walked this journey with me, but also clients from which I've learned a lot over the last years. Hey? Being challenged and solving problems with our clients. It really has been an amazing journey for me so far. I've made friends. I've made so many friends, close friends, through my journey as well. And I'm really grateful for those bonds and relationships, to you know, to have those people around, especially during these times. And you'll see my little picture there has a mask. So the lady has a mask. I think to everyone out there, if you're feeling maybe a little bit lonely, or you're feeling that you should reach out to someone, do it. Pick up the phone, send them a text. I think, Carolyn, you mentioned something similar. It is a time where people are feeling lonely and isolated. Having had COVID myself as well and fully recovered, very, very grateful for it and can't wait to get my vaccine. It has been a challenging 16 or 18 months that all of us have gone through. So really, my message for today is reach out to the ones that you care for and love. There's probably someone that needs it. Okay, so I think just to share with you all as well, so I know Sandhya shared a picture of her family. So look at my beautiful children as well. So we are absolute dog lovers, and these two funny little things you see on the slide here have really gotten us through this period as well. Hey, it's amazing how important the bond between yourself and your dogs are when you're completely isolated, can't see people, etc. So these are my children. We're a happy little four-legged family. I don't have cat children yet. I think the big one will be too scared of a kitty, to be quite honest. He's an absolute sop. And then I suppose, I mean, talking about friends as well, I know many of our colleagues and our friends, you know, have a family, and, you know, it's also been quite tough being at home with children. I know some of our colleagues have mentioned that it's like packing lunch for guys, like, you know, making sure children are fed, kept busy, and even maybe children entertaining each other. So although I don't have children myself, I do know that you guys have all gone through some tough times. So hats off to all the moms and dads in the room. I think really well done for keeping sane so far. And yeah, and I think maybe just in terms of what lies ahead, So I'm a firm believer of, if you work as a team, if you are inclusive, and if you work to grow and work with each other, strength to strength, you get places easier. You overcome challenges much easier. So I think maybe just what I'm looking forward to is carrying on working with the amazing people that we are working with currently. I think thank you to each and every one of you. Everyone I work with every day, you are amazing, and thank you. And I think, yeah, I'm looking forward to us being able to get together, solve problems in person, share meals, and to really just overcome this. So I want to leave everyone with just from my side a message of hang in there, look out for each other. As women, support each other. As colleagues, support each other. And as human beings, be there for one another. Yeah, and I really hope that everyone does keep safe in the months ahead. All right.
Yeah, maybe if I can just say a few additional things there, and yeah, we can open it up for questions. I think for me, sure, Arlene, that was so inspiring and touching. I think every one of us out there, we probably have similar experiences, and especially where we are right now, I think things are not always easy. And I think always take the positive and try and think of the positive. And you may be facing the challenges that you are today. I think if you just surround yourself by people, reach out to people, technology, luckily we have technology, and even if we can't see them face to face, is to just try and connect with people the best way we possibly can. So yeah, I think our overall message is, our stories might be different. Arlene and I have similar stories. They do come together. And I think that for me, I think if we change, we solve problems, we add value, we do, but at the end of the day, just keep doing what you want to do, however hard it can be, just keep believing in yourself, no matter how tough it gets. And I think that is how we can all kind of grow each other, support each other, and be better together as people, as teams. Yeah, and I think that's my sort of overall message to everybody. Yeah, and I think we do definitely have time for questions. So yeah, let's open it up.
Yes, we definitely do have time for questions. Well, thanks, Arlene and Sans, for such a personal and authentic, chat, because I won't say presentation, it felt like a conversation with a big sister. Thank you so much for just sharing your experiences with us and bringing us in. And I think a lot of us can, sort of see ourselves in your stories, even though it's different, but you can see some things that probably relate to you. And I think for me, it's really saying that you don't have to do it alone. I think that was the takeaway for me. You don't have to do it alone. You don't have to, stay in your corner. There are people that are willing to walk the journey with you. And it's a beautiful journey when you're walking it with other people that are of the same mentality and mindset. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing your story. I don't see questions on the chat, and I think maybe we can open up a few, questions. We still have a bit of time. We have up until the 15 minutes, so we can have more questions if you guys have questions on the other end. Okay. Even if it's comments, it doesn't have to be questions. Because I think people probably have comments more than questions. Yeah.
Or if you guys want to ping us on the side, that's fine as well. You don't have to ask a question. I do see, Unati, that the chapter team posted that vaccinations are open as of today from 18 years and older, guys, which is really good news. So yeah, something to celebrate.
Yeah, thanks, Arlene. I think I do have a question or other comment, and just leading on to the next part of our presentation or our webinar today. For me, I'd like to know, for you, what is important about having a team that is diverse, a team that is not one-dimensional? Why is it important, and why is it important for you and, you know, business at large?
You're welcome to take
yeah,
this
let
one.
me start. I think firstly, I think, Nati, sure. I think that, you know, we will always want to have different people in any team, just because of the yes, we're all like-minded. We may have similar ideas, but we want different viewpoints. We want people to come with a different mindset. And what better a team with multiple different backgrounds, multiple different cultures coming together and bringing their flavor, their input into it. And I think we don't want to be one-dimensional. We want different people, and that's the beauty of who we are as a team. And I think any team, every time we do something, yes, I think in my opening, I think when you read it out, Anati, I'm very passionate about the culture that we have at Mobius, and one of the and it's true to my heart. And the culture of Mobius is about being diverse, being authentic and true to yourself. Never ever be anybody but yourself, in front of clients, in front of people, in front of anyone. So, I always, and I think we all always encourage everyone to be as diverse, as true to yourselves. And we always refer to ourselves as a family. We are different. We come from different parts of the world, with different cultures, different backgrounds, but we're still a family. And a family does not expect you and she to be exactly the same. No, we expect you to just be yourself. And I think that's the reason why we want diversity in everything that we do. Yeah.
100%. And just to add before you answer, Arlene, when I told Arlene about presentation today, and she was like, just be yourself. So what you're saying, Sans, is actually, again, a culture at Mobius that you must always be yourself. I just wanted to attest to that as well. Arlene, any comments?
I think 100% agree with Sandhya, Unati, and I know why you asked that question. we love having diverse teams because we challenge each other, and that's how we learn and grow. And I think that for me is really important.
Nati, I see a question from Pat.
Asking Sandhya, what advice do you have for women looking to balance the demands of career with family? As this is said, you sometimes the point that women leave the profession. 100% spot on.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. I think it's a very, very important question. I think, sure, I don't think everyone has the luxury or enough support, I think, to get this always right. So, when I went through my story, there were always tough times when you are trying to balance, especially I know people now, when you have your children, they're very little, they're babies. You might have sleepless nights, you might have to wake up early in the morning, continue with your normal work, and then come back again, and you literally don't have time for yourself. The one thing I can tell you, and maybe a few things I can tell you, is in that time, if you can just take a moment to reflect and just say, look, at the end of the day, this is all worth it. I'm with the family I love, I'm with the career I love, and I don't want to give up either. And yes, I'm going to maybe do certain things different in my life. I'm not going to continue at the same pace. So I think what women trying to do is they try to do everything. I think Caroline said we try to take on too much. Don't try and take on too much, just for what you can do at that point in your career and that point in your family. Do both to the best you can, but surround yourself by people, friends, family, whoever is there to help you. Take the help, and I promise you that you would be able to continue with your career and do both at the same time. Don't try and stop. I think the biggest thing you can do, and not to say that people that don't want to work, it's completely okay. It's up to you. And if that's what you want to do. I think that for me, never for a moment I wanted to stop either, but I never ever wanted to compromise either. So, I think I'm saying this out of really knowing where everyone is, and how hard it can be. And you will go through those tough times. And at that point, just take a step back and say, okay, here are some of the changes that I need to make in my life to make sure I get through this period. And whether it's when your children are small, you might have to just make some adjustments, but come back. And then communication is very important. Communicate to your team, to the people at work. So guys, I used to come here at 7 o'clock as an example and leave at, let's say, 8 o'clock in the night. I can't do that anymore. Or I can't work at night anymore. I do have a family to support, and I need to take some changes in my career. And the people, if the people at your career are supportive of you, they will understand, and does not mean that that's going to be a setback in your career. That also should not be the fact. The fact is that you would be able to come to a different sort of arrangement that you can make both things work. And then, I did say that my husband played a key role in his career, and really we both took each other through different times. I can really wholeheartedly say that, when I needed his help, to help me with the kids and do what he needs to, he would do it. If I had to go away, I had to go away. I had to travel. When my kids were small, I had to make trips outside. I had that support. And it's maybe, just find, and when you have to say no at work, you say no, but say no with reason and explain it. And then people will understand why you can't. And when the time is right, you'd be able to do what you can do. But I think never compromise the one versus the other, and always just try to achieve that balance to the way you can. And don't be, and the other part is, we as women, we are very hard on ourselves. We want to be perfect. It's a very natural thing. And sometimes it's just okay not to do everything perfectly and to the way you used to do it all the time. Sorry, I get very passionate about this because, you go through ways, and I'm fortunate enough, my children are now teenagers. So, but that comes with different problems, by the way. But when they're much younger, it is definitely more. And I feel for all the mothers. I feel for everybody. But please, if you are excited about your work and you can communicate, you can talk, and you can make both things happen. We have wonderful mothers at Mobius. Currently, they have young kids. They're part of our exco. They're part of our management team. And I can wholeheartedly say that we support their families and we support them having a career. So it's absolutely possible. Whatever you want to do, you can absolutely make it happen. Yeah.
Wow, thank you, Sands. I see in the comments someone is saying finding balance is so important. It is something that we as women still need to learn. It's not easy. So I think it goes back to that comment that it's obviously a journey of learnings and obviously unlearnings, learning strengths and obviously unlearning limitations. So I think as we practice, it might become better. I don't know, but I'm also just discovering and finding out. Yeah, I think if there's anyone else that'd like to share anything or would still like to ask any other questions, I'll just go through some of the comments here. Candace said, having a supportive company that knows you are not only a career woman, but a wife and mother, that's what makes a difference, Mobius. So yeah, very important that you find that balance and obviously find that belonging, and really making use of your support system and support structures to get stronger and grow in your career and personal capacity. So yeah, thank you so much, Candace. Now I'm saying Candace because I see Candace's name on the chat. Thank you so much, Sands and Arlene, for your presentation. I think it really will sit with a lot of us, and we'll really take a lot of learnings and inspiration from it. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Nati. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I think we still have a bit of time. We were supposed to take a break. So I think we'll take a break and come back after 15 minutes. So I think that will be, is it 5-2? I think we'll come back at 5-2 to start off again and kick off the rest of the sessions. But yeah, we're just going to take a very quick short break right now. Okay.
In as strangers, but maybe we're not. You looked at me, and I had a thought that I knew you before. Sat down, we talked till they kicked us out. You started a fire that didn't burn out. It's burning bright now. Maybe you're scared 'cause you already know all of the things that we cannot control. I don't wanna rush this, but I feel alive. I feel alive. I feel alive. The hours, the days just weren't enough. The nights we laid there till the sun came up. The light lit up your eyes. Maybe you're scared 'cause you already know Catch me as I'm falling over heading. Ooh, catch me as I'm falling over heading. Ooh. As the wild calls, someone echoes the long lost within. Call your mother. Comfort no longer scares me in your shelter. I scream. Catch me as I'm falling overhead. Oh, catch me as I'm falling overhead. Oh, catch me as I'm falling overhead. Oh, catch me as I'm falling overhead. Oh. And the forest high, and the forest high, and the forest high, and the forest high.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone is back. We are now approaching the last part of our event. And I think for me, I don't know about you guys at home or wherever you're working from, I definitely don't want to see it come to an end. I think it's been such an awesome experience, a wholesome experience, and I'm really, looking forward to what's still next. But yeah, so far, I think it's been such a beautiful experience altogether. Thank you so much, ISACA and the rest of the team for arranging this beautiful, beautiful event. So right now, I will hand over to Henri, who will be announcing some of our winners for the competitions or the competition that we were running. So Henri, over to you.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm more used to Henri Veltman, the Marketing and Events Coordinator of the ISACA SA Chapter. If you don't know me already, if you haven't been in contact with me, so used to the back end, but as we know, this is a cameras on event. So I've decided to pop up your screen and just show my face a bit. So I saw some nice comments coming in. Thank you so much for the engagement. So I've decided to choose 3 people, 2 people that actually did put on their cameras for this event, and then 1 person whose comment I really thought resonated with us. So sorry if, as our MC said, I'm butchering your names. I'm going to blame my Afrikaans. So Shira Kunrad, your engagement we really enjoyed. And then Patrick Ganesan, Thank you for putting on your camera. Even though you don't have a virtual background, let us know and we can sort that out for you. Even if you don't know how to implement it, I can talk you through it. And then Rita Komasinge, I see you are actually playing around with some virtual backgrounds. I'm enjoying viewing you. So thank you so much, guys. Please enjoy our panel discussion that is coming up next. Obviously, I know everyone is waiting for the long-awaited panel discussion between ISACA and Mobius Consulting, not between them, the collaborated panel discussion. So back to you, Anati.
Thanks so much, Andre, and well done to everyone. Congratulations on all your nice prizes. So I'll just quickly now just hand over to Khabo, who will be running with the rest of the segments that are coming as part of our events. So just an overview in terms of who Khabo is. Khabo is the founder and CEO of BSEC Pty Ltd, a 100% Black-owned, female Black-owned management firm of professionals that was first formed in 2015 to offer ICT audit services, ICT and cybersecurity as well. Khabo has spent over 25 years and has experience in ICT, assurance, business, and overall spanning technical specialities in system development, project management, as well as other compliance-related consulting projects. She has exposure to various industries such as health, telecommunications, ICT, the public sector, international and local government, the banking industry, as well as finance. Thank you so much, Khabo, and welcome to the stage.
Okay, thanks, Anati. Can everyone hear me clearly?
Yes.
I'm testing my new earphones because, as we know, we now share all our devices with everyone else in the household. So my regular earphones find feet somewhere. I'll be like the president who took my earphones. Okay, anyway, thanks everyone. It's lovely to see everyone here. I didn't think that we'll have so many people on a Friday. Actually, no, I did know that we'll have everyone here on a Friday because our events always rock and you have to be here. You can't be anywhere else but here. So thanks everyone for spending your Friday with us. We are going to be talking about diversity and inclusivity in technology and cybersecurity. I think just like we always talk about women representation in all spheres of life, it's been a big thorn for us, the profession, to see, the women in particular joining the field and staying in the field. So in that manner, we're going to be chatting about, the various challenges that we have in the profession, as well as the solutions. I think it's important that we not only just point out the problems, but we also point out what the solutions that our panel can offer to see how we can tackle this problem. So I would like to start by introducing our panelists for today. And I'm going to ask our panelists to please keep your cameras on. Actually, everybody who can, please do keep your cameras on. We have missed you. We would like to see your faces. And don't worry if you are wearing your COVID outfit, just as long as you stay seated. Okay, if you're wearing your COVID outfit, i.e., just stay seated, or when you do stand, switch off your camera first. Okay, let me just quickly start by welcoming our panelists, and also just to say a big thank you to Mobius Consulting for sponsoring this event. We are going to start with Patrick Ryan, who is the managing director at Finity Risk Solutions and director at Mobius Consulting. There is Patrick. Hello, Patrick. We also have Tsheho Shifango, who is the senior consultant at Mobius Consulting. There you are. We've got Arlene Volmink. I don't think she needs any introduction, but just to be consistent, Arlene is our chapter president. He's the ISACA SA president, as well as a senior manager at Santam. Where's Arlene? Okay, she will join us. We've got Kenneth Palliam, who is the vice president and program director for the ISACA SA chapter. Oh, there is Arlene, and senior manager at BDO. And then we've got Edmo Charuvinga. Edmo, where are you? I saw Edmo. Oh, there you are. Edmo is also one of our board members. He's who looks after academic relations as well as education, and is also an IT audit manager with the Public Investment Corporation. Andre would kindly please just put the panelist bios in the chat so that everyone can have access to those. I'm going to start by just offering our panelists to just give us opening statements. So we will start with you. Patrick, I'll start with you. Give us your opening statement.
Thanks, Kabo. And yeah, thanks very much for the invitation from ISACA. I know we are sponsors, but it's always an honor to come speak at these events. I think it's a very important topic. You know, I think as Sandhya and Arlene pointed out earlier, we're in quite a fortunate space in Mobius Consulting, because, you know, if I look at some of our stats, 2/3 of our directors are female, 5 out of 7 of our exco, and more than 50% of our staff in South Africa are female. We've got Lavna Reddy on the call, I think, as well, from Mauritius, who heads up our Mauritius practice, obviously also female. And yeah, I mean, I think what it would be quite, I've always maintained, I think in most things in life, it's easier to maintain momentum than create the momentum. So, you know, during the course of today and maybe during this panel discussion, we can talk about how other organizations can get to that point where it's a matter of maintaining momentum. Because I agree, it's an issue at the moment where not enough females are entering our profession, and then a lot are kind of exiting when we need that sort of diversity in our profession. So I think I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Kenneth, please give us 2 or 3 sentences on your thoughts on this topic.
Yes, so welcome everybody, and thank you for the opportunity. So, you know, when it comes to diversity and inclusivity, it's always been a challenge within the profession. So I think we need forums such as these to bring these challenges to the fore, so that you know, we can have a honest and transparent discussion around these topical areas, so that we can start implementing changes that will address these the shortages. So not just from a diversity perspective, but from a skills perspective in general. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the conversation and hearing what my esteemed colleagues have to share on the topic. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth. Tseho, do you want to share a few words on your thoughts on this topic?
So my thoughts are that I think this topic is not new. It's been one, you know, that's been discussed over a couple of years, and it is interesting how it's actually still relevant in this day and age, that, you know, we still need to be maintaining and having these sort of conversations. And I think these sort of topics and discussions need to happen more often until we get to a point where, you know, we've closed those gaps within diversity, and especially in the IT space. So yeah, I'm quite interested in getting to pick everyone's brain and hear what their thoughts are on diversity, and hopefully getting some workable solutions.
Thank you. You are right. I mean, it's not a new topic at all. I think it's an ancient topic. we are hoping that sooner rather than later, this will be a topic of the past. Arlene, your thoughts on the topic?
Yes, hello again, everyone, and welcome to the fellow panelists. It's so nice to see you. We haven't seen each other for a long time in person, so it's nice to see your picture on screen. I just want to firstly say that, you know, this is the first time that we're talking about this topic, but we actually have a balanced panel. So kudos to our men of the ISACA South Africa Chapter. Patrick, Kenneth, Edmore, you're part of the conversation, and it's important to note that men are part of the conversation. There's a role for male advocacy, and so it's just great to see, you know, men supporting the women of the chapter. I think in terms of my opening message, it's short and sweet. Basically, and I said this before, I want to see myself, and I do see myself as a business leader in technology and not a woman leader in technology. And the goal for us is not to create women leaders, it's actually to create business leaders. And so I want to receive the same opportunities, credibility, you know, standing as my male counterparts, as something that's just natural and organic. So hopefully one day when my daughter grows up, this conversation won't happen anymore. And that's my hope for my daughter and for the future.
Thanks, Arlene. I think that's quite powerful. We want to be seen as business leaders. I think it's tiring to hear women this, women that, as if we are a foreign species. Thank you for that. Edmore, your opening statement. That button in the left-hand corner, if you want to press that, thank you.
I wanted to use the one in the corner, but it didn't work. All right, thanks, Cabo. I think from my side, I've been very fortunate in my working life. I've worked for organizations that take this conversation very seriously. In my current organization, you will find that if I look at cybersecurity sector, for example, maybe 4 out of 5, you know, of the leadership of these organization currently, it's female leaders really. So I can say that confidently that this is something that we take seriously. But even before I joined PIC, I've worked for companies where I have worked with some excellent female leaders. In fact, most of my managers up until now, they have been ladies, and I think they have shaped my growth in a very strong way. But having said that, I think what I just wanted to say around this conversation is that it's a relevant conversation. And for me, it's about building the right foundation, you know, about addressing issues at the root so that we don't have to, like Arlene said, speak about, you know, empowering women per se, but empowering business leaders. Because at the end of the day, you know, we are created equal. Women, they have an intrinsic value that doesn't need us to amplify it in any way. They are equally capable. So I think it's just a message of a matter of making sure that you know, we sort of address things at the foundational level, so that we don't have to have these sort of conversations in the future.
Okay, thanks very much, Edmore. I think it's very important as auditors, we know that if you don't get to the root cause of the problem, it will, you know, reoccur. So it's very important that we get to the root of where the challenges are and provide solutions for those root causes. Please do feel free to put your questions in the chat box, and we will get to them. So I'm just going to start by firing some questions, you know, to our panelists, and you can unpack the problem. So we can unpack the problem further. Aline, I'm going to start with you, not because you're a lady, but because your name starts with A. I'm sure you had that all your life, ne?
No, I was actually lost because I was always Vember and then Volmink. So I was always
all
last.
right. Okay, then it's fine. Let's reverse the role now. Okay. So I think let's just unpack this problem. So firstly, do you believe there's a problem when it comes to lack of women in the cybersecurity career?
Yes, so I think, you know, not to oversimplify it, but I think there's two problems. One, we are sitting with a business problem and not a gender problem again. So there's lots of evidence and statistics to prove that having diversity in the workforce improves productivity and, you know, profitability and so forth. And so that's why I say that we have a business problem, firstly, not a gender problem. Then there's also a talent problem. You know, cybersecurity is a skill area where there's a global shortage and a shortage in South Africa if you look at the critical skills list. And so we're sitting with a business problem and a talent problem in our country. And I mean, if you then look at the stats, if you want to go to the hard stats, women make up about 20 to 24% of the cybersecurity workforce, but then we sit with an unemployment rate that's so high. You know, so if you bring all those things together, then yes, we do have a problem. And that's really where the step change is needed and where we need to start. I don't think the balance should be 50-50. And maybe somebody wants to disagree with me on the panel, but I don't think we're aiming for 50-50. I think we're aiming for the fact that the principle that women should be allowed equal opportunities when it comes to their careers in cybersecurity.
Thank you. I think, yeah, I mean, you are spot on. And maybe just to take it a little further, which for me is surprising, is the fact that, you know, studies, not even studies, the reality have proven that businesses who are more diverse, who have a more diverse workforce, tend to perform better, which kind of baffles one. Is if that's the case, then why do we still have businesses that are not taking this seriously? Because as you said, it is a business problem. So why is it that we still have businesses that are just not seeing this? And maybe add more, you play more in the education space. I mean, you are our director for education at ISACA. What do you think is the challenge or the barriers when it comes to diversity and inclusivity in cybersecurity?
Thanks, Carol. Yeah, so for me, it's one of the key problems is lack of knowledge. Like I said, I prefer to go to the heart of the problem. So lack of knowledge is one of the biggest factors. And if you look at a publication that was done by the Forbes Technology Council, they actually referred to a survey that was done by ISC², which is the International Information System Security Certification Consortium. They found in that survey that 77% of the respondents that they surveyed within the cyberspace, they indicated that cybersecurity, it wasn't a part of their educational curriculum, and as a result, it caused them to have a dim view of what cybersecurity is and what a career in cybersecurity actually entails. And that would have caused, it does affect the uptake of a career in cybersecurity, and more so by the minority groups or the underrepresented groups, traditionally. So I think that's part of the biggest problem. And if you look at, I think just to amplify that message further, there's also a research that was done by the International Consortium for Minority Cybersecurity Professionals in the US, where they found that 14% of the cyber workforce is actually made up of women. And then that number is worse when you look at Europe and Middle East, where it's 7% and 5% respectively. And these are advanced economies in the world. And I don't think we need to speculate what the magnitude of the problem is when it comes to the emerging economies, such as where we come from in Africa. Obviously, we're still emerging, and you can't speculate about how big that problem is. So that lack of knowledge, that lack of communication at an early stage, because if you listen to some of the presenters, a short while ago, you will notice that some of them had to stumble into a career in cybersecurity, as opposed to it being something that you do by design. So for me, I think that's the heart of this problem. There are other problems as well, which I may add to that. The cultural, there is also the cultural handbrake of fear, which I can add there. And, the negative societal attitudes. So when I talk about the cultural handbrake of fear, I can almost, give a story of my own upbringing. When I was studying at university, we were 15 in our class. We were doing business studies and computer science as a combined degree. And out of the 15, we had just 2 ladies. And that was not a reflection of ability per se, but it was just a fear factor. And it was evident when we often were given assignments in coding or programming, where we would use languages like Java. It was still new at the time. There was always this fear that you would see that our 2 ladies, they would be overcome by some kind of fear. But we were at least on hand to encourage them. And, at the end of the day, unfortunately, one of them did not graduate with us. But I said this story just so that you can see that, it starts from very deep. It's a cultural issue where people are afraid of failing, and for me, growing up also, I think one of the ways in which this was dealt with by the parents was also by the way they would actually, assist whenever they saw that you were afraid of something. They would always give you somebody to accompany you on an errand or to steady your hand when you're doing something that we're not familiar with. So for me, I think that fear, and then on the societal attitude thing, it will boil down to what the people that are in positions of influence do. We have already said that the footprint is dominated by men, and some of the things that they then do may actually have an impact on the uptake of cyber by women professionals. So for example, at the workplace, you might find that the attitude towards promotion of women is perhaps one where there's some conscious bias and there's this feeling that maybe they won't do a good job or they will be absent and so on. And then even the recruitment process itself, you might find that if it's a man and they are looking at CVs, there could even be issues of unconscious bias where they just prefer, the other gender. So that culture and societal attitude, I think for me, it does also play a role. So I would put those 2 things as some of the biggest contributors, the lack of knowledge and the issue of culture. And we all know, I think we've all heard this issue that culture eats strategy for breakfast. When you look at our government, there's a lot that they have done. The employment equity legislation, it is aimed at creating an enabling environment. But the challenge then becomes, the people that are in organizations, their attitudes. If their attitudes are not right, if their mindsets are not right, that legislation, as good as it is, it's a good strategy, but the results that it aims to achieve may not be realized because of negative societal attitudes, particularly by the people that are in positions of influence.
All right. Thanks for that insight. I think you've covered quite, a bit of the problems that we have, and we will get back to the solutions, perhaps to what you have mentioned. Kenneth, from your side, it looks like from what Edmo has just said, obviously, if we don't have the education, if we don't have people, coming in with that education from the foundation, we then seem to have a pipeline problem. Do you believe enough is being done, for recent graduates to grow the pipeline of professionals that are entering the field?
Thanks, Kabo. I think if you say enough is done, I think some things are being done, but definitely not enough.
Clearly not, yes.
Yes. So I think where it starts is that communication, that education around careers in STEM, STEM subjects needs to start at a high school level, even before people get into universities, because we interact with a lot of universities through our academic advocacy programs, but I think it needs to start earlier. Why I say earlier is that people need to, young individuals need to understand what opportunities lie ahead of them in terms of these careers. And then once we start getting young people interested in cybersecurity, then we will start seeing a growing number of people taking up these subjects at university, and then building our base in terms of professionals. Because like Arlene mentioned earlier on, it's a talent issue as well. Forget about gender and all of these things for a moment, and just think about the shortages of or short supply of people talented in this area.
Okay, thanks, Kenneth. Yeah, I think we do have a big problem. I don't know. I actually wanted to ask everyone, all the participants, please raise your hand if. Let me. How do I put this? If you did not know about cybersecurity in high school. If you did not know about cybersecurity in high school.
Particularly
for some of us who are in IT. Let's see. Well, then it was called IT security, information security, whatever it was called. Patrick, you are not old, you are younger than me. So just exactly. I personally, I did a master's in security, but I only found out about security when I was at university. I had no clue about security, and it was something that really fascinated me. So I agree with you, Kenneth. Education, grassroots education is required, but we'll get to some of these things when we get there. So let me come to you. Why do you believe there are not enough security professionals to fill the demand?
I think as a whole, we do need to acknowledge the fact that, the whole concept of having a fully functional global interconnected economy is fairly new. And in comparison to other industries, this one is new. So in essence, we can say that the profession itself hasn't been around, in comparison to others that have seen that, have been matured over the past industrial revolutions. I think, also with that said, we're seeing a growing scale of, professionals in this space purely because of the evolution of what actually drives economies now. Right now, data and information is the new gold. And that's where now we've become more relevant to, the economy, the active participating economy. And as, Edmore and everyone else has stated, there aren't enough of us as yet. And we're obviously unpacking the question of whether we're doing enough to ensure that there are enough of us in future and, a diverse group of us in future to make sure that we can actually fill the demand. So yeah, and I mean, this is not an issue that is unique to the cybersecurity space. I think, as I mentioned, anything related to data or information is also affected by, the same issue in the sense that it's new. So, if you look at also careers in like data science in that space, they also have somewhat of a shortage because the skill you know, we also learning as we go. I mean, half the time, this job is just about catching up and learning and trying to, you know, I guess, figure things out as we go. So yeah, I think it comes with basically just acknowledging that as a whole, this is new to all of us.
Okay, yeah, I think it makes sense. I mean, cybersecurity might be new, but I mean, the field of information security is definitely not a new one. I mean, I recall studying cryptography in 1995, and I'm sure you probably were not born yet. So yes, I mean, the landscape has changed in terms of the cyber threats, you know, because of the interconnectivity of the, you know, of the global economies and the world as it stands. But certainly it's not a new field as such. It's just has, you know, evolved to where we are today. You know, we used to have threats that are kind of isolated, but now the threats affect everyone. So I think we had a problem then, we still have a problem now, but I think, you know, we will get into the solutions. We are getting there. Patrick, is it really about diversity of gender, or is it about diversity of thinking?
I think any sort of diversity is a good thing. So, you know, we're here today to talk about the gender diversity, but I think any sort of diversity adds to the value of a potential solution. So I think it's about thinking, actually. That has many facets that we need to address. We're just here today to talk about the gender aspect. You know, I just in sitting around, you know, leadership meetings at Mobius, you know, just the different sort of thinking, if I focus in on the gender aspect between men and women around the same problem, if everyone's given the same voice, you end up with a far richer, more sustainable solution, in my experience. And so I think that's the value that women can definitely add to the cybersecurity landscape. And that's why we need to, this is a problem that we need to solve. And I think, you know, just to touch on some of the previous participants' discussions, you know, I've been doing recruiting into this space for many, many years. And you know, for us, typically the source is your information security on information systems honors or computer science sort of degrees. And I'm afraid that there still isn't enough awareness of cybersecurity as a career at that point. And those are the honors degrees, guys. So they haven't really heard about it. You know, I would often go into those sort of recruiting sessions saying, okay, who's going to become a coder? And a number of hands would go up. Who's going to become a project manager? A number of hands. Who's going to become a business analyst? You know, and that would be pretty much the whole class. And then I'd ask, is anyone going into cybersecurity? And like, there'd be glazed looks, unfortunately. And then I'd need to start at that point. And remember, this is halfway through the ICE honors year, start telling them about cybersecurity. And so, you know, we put ourselves on the back foot in terms of attracting talent. And it really needs to start way earlier in the life cycle when people are at school. I think Edmore spoke about the sort of the fear aspect. And I think, you know, I think one of the important things that we need to recognize and as professionals in the space is cybersecurity is not just about technology. There's so many other aspects. And it's those other aspects that the female sort of view of the world can be more powerful. The kind of the you know, the governance of people, the process and technology is you know, what we need to consider. And I'm concerned that females sometimes get scared away, I think, to use a fear from Edmore's sort of terminology around the pure technical aspects of the field. But, you know, in terms of roles and responsibilities, in terms of security awareness, those sort of aspects, which are as important as the technology, that's really where the female sort of approach to things can shine. So we're missing out a lot in terms of that. So just two things: governance, people, process, and technology, and to somehow sort of communicate that cybersecurity is a very interesting new field with all of these sort of aspects, and to have some sort of platform to reach school children and say this is a potential career. And when you go to university, yes, you can do your standard BCom degree or whatever, but bear in mind that you kind of going to head into kind of a information security or cybersecurity field space, because we don't have enough focused content at universities around what we do, unfortunately. And it's only really at the honors or masters kind of levels that people can say, oh, by the way, do your masters in cybersecurity. It's like before then, it's not even on the curriculum.
No, I think you're quite right, because I actually only learned about information security when I got to honors. It was not covered at all in my undergraduate.
Which hasn't changed that much, Kabo. I mean, I've been steering committees for universities and all that sort of stuff, and they struggle. I mean, I think that the awareness is there amongst the universities, but obviously they have only so much sort of influence over the overall curriculum.
Yeah. So I'm going to pick on you again, because you are our Latlamiki. So from your experience, what was the balance in your class adversity level? From your observation, was there enough gender balance in studying IT?
No. So yeah, that's the short answer is no. And interestingly enough, when Edmo was talking about how there were only literally 2 females in their more technical modules, I think I also had the same experience, in the sense that on any given day, there could have easily been a ratio of 60-40, like a male to female ratio of 60-40 in modules such as information systems. And when we get to modules like computer science, then the ratio then changes to like 80-20, and that's me being generous. I remember, so I didn't actually do computer science. I was part of the information systems group. But I remember specifically in the courses that we did share with the computer science guys, that we could actually count the females on one hand. And that's literally from first year right through to those who actually graduate. So balance, was there one? No. And it seems like that's nothing new. There hasn't been one. And even a few years ago when I graduated, there wasn't one. And I think what's interesting, and what I also picked up, not to pick on you, Pat, but when Patrick was talking about how females maybe could bring in a more interesting perspective in the likes of governance and people. And I think I'm sort of like questioning if we're not necessarily perpetuating that sort of like boys club mentality again, taking it from the technical classes having fewer females, and now also going into the profession, sort of like concentrating the females on the less technical aspects of the profession. So yeah, I think there's still an imbalance, and I'm not entirely sure. I think, when Edmund spoke about fear, that sort of resonated, because I will say I did fear, and I didn't necessarily have the patience, and I didn't think there was enough room for me to fail enough to allow myself to actually learn and grasp those technical skills that could have maybe, led me into the more technical parts of the profession.
Okay, so I guess this fear thing is a real thing. I think some of us were just blind. I'm just one of those. I just go in. I don't even think. I just like lend. I just lend, and I'll sort it out as I go along. So I never actually even thought of the technical aspect of it. For me, it was just exciting to learn new things. So that's how I looked at it. But so I think from what we have said about the problem, it's very clear that we lack the grassroots, the foundation. Because if our foundation is poor, there is no way that our building is going to stand strong. So as it is, we lack the foundation. But the thing is, we are where we are right now. So when we look at the solution, I would like us to focus on, yes, let's start with what can we do to make sure that the ones that are coming come with the right, foundation. But then we are here. What do we do here, where we are right now? And particularly as organizations like ISACA, where we are a professional body with the means to be able to educate and develop our professionals into this field. And from an industry point of view, Patrick, what is it that we do from as business people? And I count myself in that, to bring in and to educate and to give our young ones and even older ones, because for me, diversity is not just diversity in terms of the gender, but it's diversity in terms of age, because that also has a big role to play in the field. So let's look at possible solutions. Edmo, you come from the public sector. How can the public sector and government address the shortage of cybersecurity skills? I'm giving you that 2 minutes to just give us. I know you like to talk, so I'm gonna.
Okay, so I will try not to talk about the grassroots matter because I think you have spoken about it. But what government can also do is obviously to train, cybersecurity professionals, or at least create that environment. What I mean is they could introduce a national cybersecurity incubation center, whereby they will train people, and they can be very deliberate in terms of the enrollment of women and other underrepresented groups in those sort of trainings. I think here we are talking about also just balancing things out, not just women, but other people that may be, underrepresented. So such a program, it can have centers in every province, in every, district sort of, and the government can even make it fun by introducing, competition. And it can be in the form of national cybersecurity, leagues that they can introduce. They can simulate. The training would involve simulating real world problems, in cyber, and people compete, and it's fun. I think it not only will upskill people, it will erode issues of fear, because when you are able, you cannot be afraid of that which you know. So I think once you address that gap and people are confident, the fear factor, sort of goes away. In 2 minutes, I can talk about the government also introducing, cybersecurity scholarships. I mean, the message has to be very clear, because if we are saying there's a shortage, which government acknowledges, I think it is within their capacity to then introduce these scholarships and make sure they make the right sort of noise about them, so that people can actually see that the government is deliberately trying to also promote this sector, because we are living in a world that is, in a world that is, sort of cyber-driven now. So we have to do these things. And then the other thing also becomes issues of funding, whereby the government can actually deliberately, train women and other underrepresented groups in cyber. Again, you can introduce these incubation centers where you train them in business, finance, business development, finance, and other skills that they need to run this cybersecurity, industry successfully. So that's one of the things that government can do. And another thing in terms of, this cultural issue as well, where we need to overcome it, we have to also travel on that road which is less traveled, in terms of also pointing a finger at ourselves and not just looking at what government can do, because they can create the policies, they can create the legislation, but those things are not going to do the work on their own. So even at family level, you need to actually start the conversation, with your children, put a shoulder around the girl child to say, you can do it, you can fail, but you can rise up and do it. And you can talk about these careers in cybersecurity at home as well. It's even better now that COVID happened and we were forced to all use computers, even little kids now. So I think we need not just to wait for government to introduce curriculum and all these things, but let's communicate at home. Let's communicate within our communities. We can do these community outreaches. Those that have made it, we have a lot of women that have made it. They can go there and be ambassadors. A lot of guys that are influential, they can go into the communities and be ambassadors. That's just my feeling. And you can even develop community, training centers as well. So I think I'll leave it at that just to manage time.
Thank you. Thank you, Edmo. So let's go back to the young professionals. What do you think needs to change at the university level and at the professional level to make cybersecurity a little more attractive to the young ones?
I think Edmund kind of touched on some of those easy solutions that can be implemented, but more specifically at university institutions, I think what universities can do is also, I guess, invest in finding a more diverse advisory board that can, inform their curriculums when it comes to information technology or information systems and related modules. I think, just like you, I only found out about security very late, even though I did do information systems. At best, what I did cover was governance, and it was merely just cramming some of those frameworks like King 3 and COBIT and so on. So I think, specifically universities, I think, need to invest in getting a more diverse professional advisory board that can help them identify what is relevant currently in the workplace, and also sort of direct how the curriculum should be shaped and highlight information security and cybersecurity as a whole. And also, I think, there has to be more exposure in terms of the full spectrum of what careers in information security and cybersecurity actually are. I think there's a lot of various flavors in information security, and we oftentimes, if someone says cybersecurity, we think of a hacker.
Yeah,
we're not all hackers.
And that puts people off because it's quite technical, right?
Yes, and I think, even at a professional level or even at universities, it's about exposing, the profession more. So I think there's a lot of different flavors in the field, and I think we can each at least find something that, is best suited to our abilities and our interests. So yeah, definitely a lot more exposure.
Okay, thank you so much. I think what you said is quite important. We know how, I don't know, those who have been involved in education, changing a curriculum at our universities. I think that whole education system needs to be re-looked at, because just to change a curriculum, it does not keep at the same pace as the way technology is moving. So Patrick, I see you nodding there. What can we do to foster a culture environment that encourages sort of different perspectives, skills, ideas?
Sure. I think one of the things that, because what we're looking at now is what we can do where we are at this stage.
Yes.
And I think something from a cultural perspective is encouraging, you know, a peering and mentoring role of you know, and unfortunately to put it back to the women in this audience, to encourage them to peer and mentor other women. I'm not by any means kind of saying the men don't have a role to play, but you know, just in my experience, and I think we're quite blessed at Mobius to have the sort of diversity that we do have. And I think just for any new graduate or any new person that joins our team, we don't have to think about, oh, it's a woman, so are they going to find their place? Because there's enough women in our team for them to find their sort of comfort level and the comfortable people to speak to. So there is a role that only women can play to peer and mentor other women. I think what men need to do is to support that and recognize it takes time and recognize that it takes some effort. But, you know, I think that sort of almost just coming into a new organization and knowing, okay, well, there's a leader that is a woman and they've taken their career forward. Can I have the opportunity to speak to them and understand kind of how their career worked, you know, how they got to the point in their career? We heard from Sandhya and Arlene earlier, and those sort of conversations probably don't happen often enough. And yeah, for new women entering the workplace to have the opportunity to speak to, you know, the likes of you, Arlene, to say, you know, how have you navigated some of the difficulties, and for them to find sort of that comfort just in that one-on-one communication. So I think that's one little thing that we can probably do now that would help.
I totally agree with you. I think mentoring is quite important. And for me, there's nothing wrong with having the women mentor, because I think it's someone that you can relate to, you know. You kind of understand when they say, you know, I didn't sleep last night because little Johnny didn't have a good night's sleep. You know, not that men don't, but we know that most of the time we are the ones that little Johnny will come and, you know, pull by your ear when they can't sleep. And those are the kind of things, because, you know, it's not just a technical thing. It's also about the, you know, the day-to-day life of a woman. And I think particularly now with COVID, with us having our kids, I don't know if you saw my boy just almost came here and said hello to everyone. I had to say, and then we have signs in this house, and they know the signs that say, don't even disturb me, and the sign that say, okay, I can pause and I can talk to you. But, you know, it is important that we have women that can show that it is possible, and those mentors. And I think most of us who have made it in this field is because of those mentors. You know, I had both male and female mentors, and because I felt that I needed that balance. Sometimes I needed to talk about the softer things, and I just felt that, you know, the women, I could relate more, they could relate more. And sometimes I needed to understand from a man's perspective, and that's where I used male. And then the guy from the garden decided to part. Excuse me, let me just ask them to move.
Maybe I want to come in there to say also that, you know, most of my mentors have also been males. So Tich Sororo, Kenneth Chikwana, past presidents of the chapter.
Apologies. Yeah, Winston just someone decided to decide to blow leaves just outside my office, really.
Hi.
Yeah.
Chaba, I was just agreeing with you to say that most of my mentors have been male. So I was mentioning a few names, you know, Gary Hardy, the longest standing member of the ISACA South Africa Chapter, Tich Zororo, who's known to everyone, Kenneth Chikwana, Winston Hayden. These men have been instrumental in, you know, helping me in terms of my career development. James Goodar at the IIA. So yeah, there's definitely, I agree with you there.
No, I for me, I always believe, you know, you kind of have to strike a balance, because it is human nature. It is how we are made. We, you know, how we see things as male and female, and it's good to always have the perspective. Kenneth, let me just come to you. You know, as I don't know, how long have you been a board member of ISACA? A long. So perhaps you can share with us from professional bodies, how can professional bodies work together to address the global challenge and really make a difference? And perhaps you can share what ISACA is doing as well.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to professional bodies, you know, they definitely have a role to play in terms of, you know, shaping people's careers. Within the South African context, you know, so the ISACA South Africa chapter has been on this journey to get recognized by SACWA. So those are like baby steps in terms of getting the profession being recognized. But, you know, it's about working together, collaborating in terms of achieving these goals, in terms of spreading that message, in terms of the need for professions in a, you know, within the field of information technology. And, you know, so there's a role to play for a lot of people in this situation. So, you know, it starts with, you know, us as parents and as, you know, uncles, aunts to educate our immediate relatives, because, you know, they say it starts at home kind of thing. So as you grow your network, you start spreading that message. So, you know, there are initiatives like Coding for Kids and Girl Code, which are initiatives that kind of help build this environment for young professionals and to get into the field of cybersecurity. And then it's about organizations, whether it's government or private sector. So, you know, working in a consulting firm, when it comes to recruiting processes, we're quite deliberate in terms of achieving our transformation agenda. So when it comes to recruiting people, you know, yes, we want to get the right skills of people into the organization. There we find challenges because they're not always readily available. But being a consulting firm and being seen as a training organization, we do bring in young graduates and then kind of mentor them into growing into certain particular fields, cybersecurity being one of them. And we're quite fortunate to have, you know, some great female senior leadership within the team that do have cybersecurity experience, and they set out to be that role model for young females coming up in the industry. And you know, I think Patrick mentioned mentoring and Arlene mentioned mentoring as well. I recently came across this term called reverse mentoring, where, you know, we typically think of mentoring where it's the gray-haired men who are imparting sage wisdom to young individuals. But reverse mentoring says that, you know, old individuals or seasoned professionals can still learn things from young people, particularly around emerging technologies, because they are at the heart of it and they can very often teach. I wanted to use the word us, but I don't want to lump myself in that category. I can teach, you know, the more seasoned professions about things that are changing in technology. So again, just to end is that there's lots of things that each of us need to do in the space, and there's a role for all of us to play. And, you know, it starts with you, is the message I want to leave it with.
Very much, Kenneth. We're gonna be going to questions. So I'm gonna just give Patrick and Arlene 1 minute each to just, there's just one thing that we need to tackle. And I think, Patrick, from from Mobius, because I think you guys are doing a great job of really having diversity in your team. What do you believe organizations should be doing to improve ratios of gender diversity in leadership and suicide levels?
That's a big question. I think the approach that I've always taken and that I try kind of foster within the culture of Mobius is I just want, for want of a better word, just blindness, blindness to color, blindness to gender, and just have a look at, you know, who is the best person for this job, regardless of any sort of preconceived ideas or notions. So we don't have any, you know, we've achieved what we've achieved in terms of diversity, not through any sort of targets or quotas or anything like that. So I think just treating everyone equally is the way that it's going to be most sustainable, because I think you can probably get to a point with sort of a targeted approach, but is that really sustainable, and will that become part of the culture of the organization? So I don't, it's quite an esoteric answer to your question, but like just kind of being blind to whoever you're talking to, you know, and not have any sort of preconceived ideas around their abilities, and give everyone the opportunity they deserve. I think you're on mute.
It takes away the myth that you know, there are no people out there, because you've been able to find them without actually even looking to say, I want to employ women. You have just found the right people because you were just looking for people with the right skills. Arlene, what is the call to leaders from your experience? What can we do as leaders to empower and encourage young and upcoming professionals?
Okay, so sure, I must structure my answer now because I'm watching the time. I think, you know,
1 minute.
1 minute.
Yes.
We are all leaders. On this call, we have 195 participants, and we need to all look at ourselves as leaders. Firstly, we can all, it is within us to make a change. My parents have instilled in me, you know, that value of giving back. And so it is important because cybersecurity is not only for our government or for the organization, it's for everyone. It's for those that are vulnerable out there. And that's where we come in as professionals, and we have a role to play. But it starts with us giving back, volunteering to your ISACA SA chapter. And so that's where it starts. And then just one little other point, you know, as a profession, the profession is also learning and growing, and with all these incidents happening, Transnet recently, you know, we are continuously learning. And so it's important for us as leaders to grow our knowledge continuously. I agree with that in terms of the sustainability around it. So look at yourself first as a professional, you know, and focus on your own professional development. Because especially as women, you know, we say, oh, we need a seat at the table. We need a seat at the table. But once you get to the table, you need to also have something to say. So yeah, continue to just grow and learn. And really, it's for everyone. It's not for a handful.
Thank you.
That's my 1 minute up.
I think I'm gonna put our men on the spot, because I've got this question here that says, do men understand their role in ensuring diversity in the workplace? What are they doing practically in the existing spaces that they occupy? I've got 3 men on my panel. Anyone feel free to take that one.
I think maybe to Arlene's point, I think I can't talk for all men ever, but I think each of us just needs to understand, and I think there's been some nice practical things that we can take back this afternoon and next week in terms of how what we can do differently. And I think that's what we can commit to is make sure that we can attend conferences like this, that we can hear and be heard, and strive for the equality. This 50% of the population is female. So, I think to Arlene's point, we don't need to, I don't see why we shouldn't be aiming for 50% sort of ratios within our sector. I think for me, the key point is just the number of people coming through the pipeline into our the cybersecurity profession as a whole. There's just not enough people coming through, and definitely not enough females coming through.
Thank you. Kenneth, anything to add?
Yeah, so I just wanted to add that, I'm fortunate enough to sit on those recruitment panels. So when it comes to our organization and recruiting, we quite, like I said earlier on, deliberate in terms of our transformation. So we, and because it's a panel, we look at the candidates that come through. But like Patrick mentioned now, is like there needs to be a pipeline of, good candidates coming through as well. But that's where we can start. And then, it's not always about saying someone has to come with all, the tricks in their toolbox. But, we are a teaching organization, and there are other people that can assist them in terms of growing their skills in a particular area. So when it comes to recruiting, those are kind of the factors that we take into consideration when hiring.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think I know our male counterparts do have a great role to play to make it comfortable for the younger ones, and especially for the females, to delve into the field, because it's really not that complex. If you've been able to go through university, you can do it. It's not that complex. So what is our? So I'm gonna just ask Tseho maybe to just give us your parting remarks before we close on.
I think, sure, we've covered quite a bit here, and I don't want to be redundant or sound like a broken record, but I think essentially we just need to acknowledge that currently we are as diverse as we currently are, and it's on us to ensure that, we speak up more, advocate more, shine a bit more light on the profession in order to make it a bit more attractive, and do our part in our own individual capacities to make sure that we're not still having this conversation 10 years down the line. Yeah, so that's my piece.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to take an opportunity to really thank our panelists and to thank our very engaging participants. I think I see a whole lot of questions and remarks, and it is really sad that we, if year after year we keep on talking about these topics about inclusivity and diversity, and particularly when it comes to women, getting women into this field. So I think perhaps as professionals, we need to start with ourselves. Each one bring one. If you just take that one person and mentor them into this field, we can really go a long way. Just that neighbor that is very good at maths, and they show an interest. Just take them under your wing and see how far you go with them. It takes just one person, and that person can then develop another. So I think also as professionals, we need to look at ourselves and say, what is it that we can do to bring up the people in our communities? And you don't necessarily have to be a cybersecurity professional yourself, but you know about the field, so you can help someone to develop into that. Because as we have realized, is that we are lacking the foundation and the knowledge. There is that fear that this thing is too technical, is difficult. So we can then take it back to our own people and just help them and guide them, so that it's not longer seen as this scary monster that's only done in a garage by a guy wearing a hoodie and hacking into computers. because the thing is, right now more than ever, we know that, you know, cyber threats are a reality. It's not about if you will get, you know, hacked or affected, it's about when. And therefore, it's very important that we build South Africans with the right skills, and it is up to us really to do that. I think with that, I am going to close off. I know we are 2 minutes over. I do apologize for that. I think I'm going to hand over to Andre. Thank you very much. And I would also like to still thank Mobius really for sponsoring the day. And I would like everyone, all 209 people that came on board on this Friday morning to be with us. We really appreciate that you continue to come and attend these sessions. And, you know, some days we do really need to talk about these softer things because they do impact our professions as well. So thank you very much. And take care. Please look after yourself. Be safe. Go vaccinate you young ones now that you can vaccinate. Some of us, the senior citizens, are already okay. So please stay safe. Look after yourself and look after your families. And God bless. Thank you. And I know everyone was just scared to put their cameras on, really.
Things aren't going my way, cause that would be boring. Spent my last cent on cheese and champagne. What a wonderful morning. Never mind, she declined to the first date. It was only on my birthday. Never mind all the lines on the highway. Give me time to reflect a bit.
If you still want to put your camera on, don't be scared.
Having a good day, having a real good morning. I'm just having a good day, having a good day, having a real good morning. Real good morning. Real good morning. I guess that things can only get better from here.
Bali, I want to see your face.
I might have met the love of my life, but I lost a number. Never mind, she declined to the first date. I went to Vegas with a roommate. Never mind.
Okay, Lord. Where are these people's faces? Come on.
I'm just having a good day, having a good day, having a real good morning. I'm just having a good day, having a good day, having a real good morning. I'm just having a good time, having a bad day, yeah. A real good morning.
Good.